August Bebel. Society of the Future. The Social Revolution. 1. The transformation of society. The tide is rising and washing away the foundation upon which our state and social structure rests. All feel that the foundation is shaking and that only strong props can save it. However, these demand great sacrifices on the part of the ruling classes, and there's the rub. Every proposition the implementation of which seriously threatens to prejudice the interests of the ruling classes and their privileged position is bitterly opposed by them and branded as an endeavor aimed at overthrowing the existing state and social order. Yet the sick world cannot be cured without encroaching upon, and eventually abolishing, the privileges and prerogatives of the ruling classes. The struggle for the emancipation of the working classes is not a struggle for privileges, but a struggle for equal rights and equal duties and for the abolition of all privileges, the program of the Social Democratic Party reads. It follows that half measures and minor concessions achieve nothing. The ruling classes, however, regard their privileged position as quite natural and a matter of course, the justice and perpetuation of which leave no room for any doubt. Therefore, again as a matter of course, they reject and fight every attempt to undermine their privileged position. Even proposals and laws which affect neither the basis of the existing social order nor the privileged position of the ruling classes alarm them greatly the moment their purses are or could be touched. Whole mountains of printed speeches pile up in parliaments until the heaving mountain finally brings forth a little mouse. The most natural demands for protection of labor meet with stubborn resistance as if the existence of society was at stake. When after endless struggle a few concessions are wrested from the ruling classes, they act as if they have sacrificed a large share of their fortunes. They display the same stubborn resistance when the question of the formal recognition of the oppressed classes' equal rights is raised and, for example, of negotiating labor contracts with them on an equal basis. This resistance in the simplest matters and to the most natural demands confirms the old principle drawn from experience that no ruling class can be convinced by force of reason unless force of circumstances compels it to accept reality and submit. This force of circumstances lies in the growing understanding awakened in the oppressed by the development of prevailing conditions. Class antagonisms are growing ever more acute, evident, and tangible. As the understanding by the oppressed and exploited classes of the untenableness of existing conditions grows, their indignation mounts and with it their imperative demand for change and for more humane conditions. As this understanding embraces ever broader circles, it finally conquers the vast majority of society most directly interested in this change. In the same measure in which the people's understanding of the untenableness of existing conditions and the realization of the need for their radical change rises, so the ruling class's capacity for resistance ebbs, since its power rests upon the ignorance and lack of understanding of the oppressed and exploited classes. This reciprocal effect is evident and, therefore, everything that promotes it must be welcomed. The progress of big capital is counterbalanced by the increasing realization of the contradiction between the existing social order and the welfare of the vast majority of the people. Even though the resolution and elimination of social antagonisms may involve great sacrifice and effort, the solution will be found as soon as the antagonisms reach their peak, which they are rapidly approaching. The measures to be taken at various phases of development depend on prevailing circumstances. It is impossible to predict what measures may be necessary in specific circumstances. No government, no minister, be he ever so powerful, knows in advance what circumstances will compel him to do next year. This applies even more so to measures which will be affected by circumstances that cannot be accurately calculated or predicted. The question of means is a question of battle tactics. Tactics depend upon the enemy and also on the means both sides have at their disposal. A means excellent today may prove disastrous tomorrow, because the circumstances that yesterday justified its use have changed. With a known objective, the means to attain it depend on time and circumstances. What is vital is to seize the most effective and decisive means that tinge and circumstances allow. Therefore, in venturing to predict the shape of things to come, one can proceed only hypothetically, one must proceed from premises, regarding them as fact. Proceeding from this point of view, we assume that at a given moment all the evils depicted above will have been carried to such extremes and will have become so evident and perceptible to the vast majority of the population, that they will appear unbearable to it, and that it will be seized by an all-embracing, irresistible desire for radical change, and that the quickest remedy will be regarded as the most effective one. All social evils without exception have their source in the social order, which at present is based on capitalism, on the capitalist mode of production. The capitalist class is the owner of all means of production: land, mines and quarries, raw materials, implements, tools, means of communications, and thereby exploits and oppresses that vast majority of the people, this resulting in the growing insecurity, oppression, and degradation of the exploited classes. Accordingly, the shortest and quickest step would be to transform capitalist property into social property by means of universal expropriation. Commodity production becomes socialist production conducted for and by society. Large-scale production and the steadily growing productivity of social labor, hitherto a source of misery and oppression for the exploited classes, now become a source of the highest prosperity and the harmonious development of all. 2. The expropriation of the expropriators. The transformation of all means of production into common property furnishes society with a new foundation. Living and working conditions in industry, agriculture, transport, education, marriage, in scientific, artistic and social life change fundamentally for both sexes. Human existence acquires new meaning. The state organization also gradually loses ground and the state withers away, it, as it were, eliminates itself. The state is a product of social advance from primitive society that rested on communism and that dissolved as private property developed. With the rise of private property, antagonistic interests emerge within society. Contradictions appear between estates and classes. They inevitably lead to class battles between the various groups of interests and threaten the existence of the new social order. In order to be able to hold down the opponents of the new order and to protect the threatened proprietors, there must be an organization that suppresses such attacks and pronounces property legal and sacred. The state becomes this organization and power protecting and upholding property. Through laws it secures the owner in his ownership and confronts those who assail the established order as judge and avenger. The interests of a ruling class of property owners and of state power are, therefore, always conservative in their very essence. The organization of the state changes only when property interests demand a change. Since the state is the essential organization of a social order based on class rule, its very existence becomes unnecessary and impossible as soon as class antagonisms disappear as a result of the abolition of private ownership. With the removal of relations based on domination, the state gradually ceases to exist, just as religion ceases to exist when faith in supernatural beings or in transcendental powers endowed with reason fades away. Words must possess meaning. If they lose it, then they no longer convey concepts. A capitalistically orientated reader may interject here that all this is all very well, but by what legal argument can society justify these radical changes? The legal argument is the same one that is always used when such changes and reforms are discussed: the common will. Not the state but society is the source of justice. The state power is the agent of society, vested with authority to administer and dispense justice. Until now the ruling section of society was only a small minority, but it acted in the name of the whole of society by passing itself off as society, just as Louis XIV pronounced himself to be the state. L'état c'est moi. When our newspapers write, "The season is beginning, society is making for the city," or "The season is over, society is making for the country," they do not mean the people, but the upper 10,000, who constitute society, just as they constitute the state. The majority are plebs, vile multitude, the mob, the people. In keeping with this state of affairs, everything the state does in the name of society, for the common will, is useful and advantageous above all for the ruling classes. Laws are made in their interest. Salus aureae publici suprema lex esto is a well-known principle of Roman law. But who constituted the Roman public? The subjugated peoples, the millions of slaves? No, the relatively small number of Roman citizens, notably the Roman nobility, who allowed themselves to be maintained by the subjugated. When, in the Middle Ages, the nobility and the princes plundered common property, they did so by right, in the interests of the commonweal, and how drastically communal property and that of the helpless peasants was treated can be seen on every page of history from the Middle Ages to modern times. The agrarian history of the past 1,000 years is a chronicle of unceasing plunder of communal and peasant property perpetrated by the nobility and the church in all advanced European countries. When the Great French Revolution expropriated the property of the nobility and the church, it did so in the name of the commonweal, and the majority of the 8 million landowners, today the prop of bourgeois France, owe their existence to this expropriation. In the name of the commonweal, Spain seized church property on several occasions and Italy confiscated it altogether, to the applause of the most zealous defenders of sacred property. The English nobility has for centuries been robbing the Irish and English people of its property, and between 1801 and 1832 in the interests of the commonweal lawfully made itself a present of not less than 3,511,710 acres of communal land. And when the great North American War for the abolition of slavery declared free millions of slaves, who were the lawfully acquired property of their masters, without paying compensation to the latter, this too was done in the name of the commonweal. Our entire bourgeois development is an uninterrupted process of expropriation and confiscation, by which the factory owner expropriates the artisan, the big landowner the peasant, the big merchant the small merchant, and, finally, one capitalist the other, that is, a process in which the larger expropriates and absorbs the smaller. To hear our bourgeoisie talk, it would appear that all this happens for the sake of the commonweal, for the good of society. On the 18th Brumaire and the 2nd of December, Napoleon's followers saved society, and society congratulated them. If society in future shall save itself by retaking possession of the property it created, it will be carrying out a most memorable historical deed, for it will be acting not to oppress some in the interests of others, but to afford equal conditions of life for all, and to provide a life worthy of human beings for all. It will be the noblest moral measure society has ever enacted. What forms this great social process of expropriation will assume, and in what manner it will take place, eludes all prediction. Who can know how conditions will then shape? In his fourth social letter to von Kirchmann, entitled Capital, Rodbertus writes on page 117, "The abolition of all capitalist land ownership is no chimera, but quite feasible on a national economic scale. Moreover, it would certainly afford most radical aid to society which, to put it briefly, is suffering from the growth of rents, ground and capital rent. This would, therefore, be the only way to do away with the ownership of land and capital, which would also not even for a moment interrupt trade and the development of the national wealth." What have our agrarians to say about this view of one of their former political friends? How things are likely to shape after this measure cannot be predicted with any certainty. No one can know exactly how future generations may mold their social organizations and how they will satisfy their requirements in the most perfect manner. In society, as in nature, everything is in a state of constant flux. One thing rises, another wanes. That which is old and has died away is replaced by that which is new and more viable. Inventions, discoveries, and improvements, numerous and various, the scope and significance of which often no one can foresee, are made, take effect, and each in accordance with its degree of significance revolutionizes and reshapes the people's way of life, and society as a whole. Hence, in the discussion to follow we can only deal with the development of general principles whose assertion evolves naturally from the preceding analysis, and whose implementation can be predicted up to a certain extent. Even before society has not been an entity that allowed itself to be led and guided by individuals, but an organism developing according to definite immanent laws, in future all guiding and leading by the whims of individuals will be all the more out of the question. Society will then be a democracy that has lit upon the secret of its essence, has discovered the laws of its development and applies them consciously to promote its further progress. Basic laws of socialist society. 1. Enlistment of all able-bodied people for work. As soon as society is in possession of all means of production, the duty of all able-bodied people, irrespective of sex, to work becomes the basic law of socialized society. Society cannot exist without labor. It, therefore, has the right to demand that all who wish to satisfy their needs, shall, in accordance with their physical and mental capacities, take part in the production of the articles required for the satisfaction of general needs. The stupid claim that socialists want to abolish work is an unparalleled absurdity. Non-workers, idlers exist only in bourgeois society. Socialism agrees with the Bible when it says if any would not work neither should he eat. But, work should be useful productive activity. The new society will, therefore, demand that each person pursue some craft or definite industrial, agricultural or other useful activity, by which he contributes a certain effort to the satisfaction of existing needs. No enjoyment without work, no work without enjoyment. All being obliged to work, all are equally interested in seeing that three conditions of work be fulfilled: first, that working hours be moderate and overtax none; secondly, that work be as pleasant and varied as possible; thirdly, that it be as productive as possible, because the working hours and the measure of enjoyment depend on that. These three conditions depend in their turn on the nature and amount of means of production and labor force available, and on the living standard society demands for itself. Socialist society does not come into being so that men shall live in proletarian conditions, but to abolish the proletarian way of life for the vast majority of the people. It seeks to afford to each as high a measure of the amenities of life as possible, and this gives rise to the question, how high will be the demands society will advance? To be able to determine this, there must be an administration that embraces all fields of social activity. Our municipalities afford an effective basis for this. If they are too large to allow of easy supervision, they can be divided into districts. As once in primitive society, all adult members of the community, irrespective of sex, will participate in elections and appoint the people to whom they entrust the work of administration. At the head of all local administration stands the central administration, not a government, let it be noted, that dominates by force, but an executive administrative collegium. It is immaterial whether the central administration is appointed directly by the whole nation or by the local administrations. In future these questions will not possess the importance they have today, for it will not be a matter of filling positions affording greater power and influence and a higher income, but of filling positions of trust, for which the fittest, male or female, will be chosen, and who will be recalled or re-elected if this is demanded by circumstances or the electors deem it desirable. All positions will be held only for set terms. The holders of these posts will have no special bureaucratic qualities, there will neither be any permanent tenure of office nor any hierarchic order of promotion. Hence it is also immaterial whether there are intermediate stages between the central and local administrations, such as provincial administrations, etc. If they are deemed necessary, they will be established; if not, they will be let alone. All this is decided by the requirements practice reveals. If social advance has made old organizations redundant, they are abolished without farther ado, since no one is personally interested in their continued existence, and new ones are set up. This administration, resting on the broadest democratic foundation, differs basically from the one we have today. What a battle in the newspapers, what a war of tongues in our parliaments, what heaps of documents in our offices over the most trivial change in the administration or the government. The main and most urgent task will be to determine the size and the nature of the available labor force, the number and kind of the means of labor, factories, workshops, means of communications, land, etc., and their present productivity. The next task will be to establish what stocks are on hand and what amount of articles and supplies is needed to cover requirements over a given period. In a manner similar to that used by the state and various public bodies to establish their annual budgets, in future similar assessments of all society's needs will be drawn up, taking into account the changes resulting from increased or new requirements. Statistics play the main role in this, they are the most important auxiliary science in the new society, for they furnish the measure of all social activity. Statistics are used extensively for similar purposes even today. The imperial, state, and municipal budgets are based on a large body of statistical data, which is collected each year by the individual branches of the administration. Long experience and a certain stability in current requirements facilitate their collection. Every owner of a larger factory, every merchant, is normally able to determine accurately his requirements for the coming quarter and how he should regulate production and purchases. Unless the changes which ensue are excessive, he can easily adapt his plans accordingly. The experience that crises are caused by blind, anarchic production, that is, because production is carried on without a knowledge of the stocks, sales, and demand for various articles on the world market, has for years now caused large industrialists in the most diverse branches to amalgamate in cartels and trusts, partly so as to fix prices and partly so as to regulate production on the basis of previous experience and orders received. Estimates based on the production capacity of each individual establishment and its probable sales stipulate how much each should produce over the next few months. Excesses are punished by high penalties and proscriptions. Entrepreneurs enter into these agreements not for the benefit but to the detriment of the public and to their own advantage. Their purpose is to use the power of the coalition to gain the greatest advantages for themselves. This regulation of production is designed to exact from the public prices which could not be obtained if there were competitive struggle between individual entrepreneurs. They enrich themselves at the expense of the consumers who must pay the demanded prices for products they need. Like the consumer, the worker is also victimized by cartels, trusts, etc. The regulation of production by entrepreneurs deprives part of the employees and workers of their jobs, who in order to live are obliged to underbid their fellow workers. Besides, the social power of the cartels is so great that workers' organizations are seldom able to prevail against them. The entrepreneurs thus have a double advantage: they receive higher prices and pay lower wages. This regulation of production through associations of entrepreneurs is the reverse of the regulation which will take root in socialist society. Today the interests of the entrepreneurs are the determining factor. In future the public interest will be decisive. For all that, in bourgeois society even the best organized cartel is unable to make allowances for and to control all factors. Competition and profiteering run riot on the world market despite the cartels, and thus it suddenly emerges that there is a flaw in their computations, and the artificial structure collapses. Like large-scale industry, trade too makes use of extensive statistics. Every week the big trading centers and ports publish reviews on stocks of petroleum, coffee, cotton, sugar, grain, etc., which, admittedly, are often inaccurate, because the owners of the goods have often a personal interest in preventing the truth from being publicized. On the whole, however, these statistics are quite accurate and give those who are interested an idea of how the market will shape in the near future. But here too speculation steps in and distorts and upsets all computations and often makes all real business impossible. However, just as general regulation of production is impossible in bourgeois society because of the many thousands of private producers with their conflicting interests, regulation of distribution is equally impossible because of the speculative nature of commerce, the great number of merchants and their conflicting interests. What has been achieved up to now indicates what could be done when private interest disappears and the common interest alone holds sway. Evidence for this is to be found, for example, in the state harvest statistics issued yearly by all advanced countries, which make it possible to estimate yields, supplies needed to cover the domestic demand and the probable prices. In a socialized society, however, conditions are fully regulated and the whole of society is bound in solidarity. Everything proceeds according to plan and order, and the measure of the demand for various products is easily determined. With a little experience the task soon becomes child's play. Once the average demand, for example, for bread, meat, shoes, linen, etc., has been statistically ascertained, and we know the exact productivity of the relevant establishments, the average daily duration of socially necessary labor can be ascertained. This provides furthermore information as to whether more establishments are necessary for the production of specific articles, or whether some can be closed as superfluous, or re-equipped for other purposes. Each individual decides on the type of work he wishes to engage in. The great number of diverse fields of activity makes it possible to take account of the most varied wishes. If it appears that there is a surplus of labor in one field and a shortage in another, then the administration has to make arrangements to establish an equilibrium. To organize production and to give the various workers the chance to be used in the right place, this will be the main task of the elected functionaries. As workers grow accustomed to working with each other, so the mechanism begins to function more smoothly. The various branches of production and departments choose organizers, who are to take over management. They are not taskmasters like the inspectors and stewards of today, but comrades who exercise an administrative function specially entrusted to them instead of a productive function. It is conceivable that with the attainment of advanced organization and a higher educational standard by all those participating in production, these functions will be alternated and taken over in certain order by all concerned regardless of sex. 2. Harmony of interests. Labor organized on the basis of complete freedom and democratic equality, where it is each for all and all for each, hence, where full solidarity reigns, will generate a desire to create and a spirit of emulation not to be found anywhere in the economic system of today. This creative impulse affects the productivity of labor as well. Furthermore, since all work for each other's benefit, all are interested in producing articles of the best possible quality with the least effort and in the shortest possible time in order to save labor time and gain time for the production of new articles to satisfy higher needs. This common interest induces all to bend their thoughts to improving, simplifying, and accelerating the labor process. The ambition to invent and to discover is stimulated to the highest degree, and each will seek to outdo the other in suggestions and ideas. Hence, there will occur precisely the opposite of what the adversaries of socialism claim. How many inventors and discoverers meet their ruin in bourgeois society? How many are exploited and cast aside? If talent and intellect were to head bourgeois society instead of property, the majority of entrepreneurs would have to make room for their workers, foremen, technicians, engineers, chemists, etc. These are the people who in 99 cases out of 100 make the inventions, discoveries, and improvements which are then exploited by the money bag. How many thousands of discoverers and inventors have been ruined because they could not find anybody willing to provide the means to implement their inventions and discoveries? How many outstanding inventors and discoverers have been crushed by the social misery of the daily rut eludes all computation. It is not the men with a clear head on their shoulders and sharp intellect but those possessing large wealth who rule the world, while this does not imply that a clear head and the ownership of a well-filled purse are never united in one person. Everyone who is concerned with practical affairs knows how suspicious the worker is today of every improvement, of every invention that is to be introduced. And he is right. As a rule, it is not he who enjoys the advantage it offers, but his employer. He cannot help but fear that the new machines, the improvements being introduced, will throw him out into the street as superfluous. Instead of welcoming an invention which does honor to mankind and offers it advantages, he only has a curse on his lips. And how many production improvements discovered by workers are not introduced? Workers keep silent about them for they fear lest they should derive harm, not benefit, from them. Such are the natural consequences of the antagonism of interests. In socialist society the antagonism of interests is removed. Each develops his abilities in his own interest and thereby benefits the community. Today the gratification of personal egoism and the common will are for the most part antagonistic, the one excludes the other. In the new society these antagonisms are removed, the gratification of personal egoism and the promotion of the common will go harmoniously hand in hand coincide. The wonderful effects of such a moral condition are clear. Labor productivity will grow enormously. It will grow in particular owing to the abolition of the enormous dispersion of the labor force into hundreds of thousands, even millions of dwarf establishments using imperfect tools and means of production. Everybody knows how vast is the number of petty, medium, and big establishments into which German industry is broken up. The amalgamation of small and medium establishments into large ones, which will enjoy all the advantages the most modern machinery can provide, will eliminate the present enormous waste of effort, time, all sorts of materials and space, and will increase labor productivity many times over. The difference between the productivity of small, medium, and big establishments can be illustrated by figures taken from the industrial census in the state of Massachusetts in 1890. The establishments in the 10 basic branches of industry were divided into 3 categories. Those producing less than $40,000 worth of products were classified as belonging to the lower category, those producing between $40,000 and $150,000 worth were placed in the medium category, and those manufacturing over $150,000 worth in the upper category. The small establishments numbering more than twice those of the middle and upper categories accounted for only 9.4% of the total output, and the large establishments making up only 23% of the total produced almost 2.5 times as much as all the other establishments taken together. But the big establishments could also be rationalized considerably, so that if the whole of production were to be organized in accordance with the most advanced technology, a much larger quantity of work could be done. How much time can be saved by placing production on a rational basis has been shown by the interesting calculations made by Th. Herzke in his book The Laws of Social Development, published in 1886. He investigated how much labor and time was needed to satisfy the requirements of the population of Austria, then numbering 22 million, by means of large-scale production. For this purpose Herzke gathered information on the capacity of big enterprises in various branches and based his calculations on that data. These calculations cover the cultivation of 10.5 million hectares of arable land and 3 million hectares of pastures, which should suffice to satisfy the requirements in agricultural products and meat of the above-mentioned population. Herzke included in his calculations the provision of housing on the basis of a small house of 150 square meters and 5 rooms, strong enough to last 50 years, for each family. It appeared that 615,000 workers would be required to work the present average working day throughout the year in agriculture, the building industry and the production of flour, sugar, coal, metal, machinery, clothing, and chemicals. These 615,000 workmen, however, accounted for only 12.3% of Austria's able-bodied population, after excluding all women as well as the male population under 16 and over 50 years of age from production. If all the 5 million men available at the time of the investigation were to work instead of the above 615,000, then each one of them would have to work only 36.9 days, about 6 weeks, to produce the means of subsistence for 22 million people. If we take 300 working days a year instead of 37, then, with the new organization of labor, and estimating the duration of the present working day as 11 hours, it would require only 13/8 hours to satisfy the most essential requirements. Herzke also computed the demand for luxury articles by those comfortably situated and found that the production of such articles for 22 million people would require a further 315,000 workers. In all, according to Herzke, who made allowances for the fact that some industries were not sufficiently represented in Austria, about 1 million workers, equal to 20% of the able-bodied male population, excluding those under 16 and over 50, would be required to satisfy all the requirements of the population in 60 days. If, again, we take into account the entire able-bodied male population, the latter would have to work an average of only 2.5 hours a day. This computation will not surprise anybody with a clear grasp of the conditions. If we now assume that men over 50, except the sick and disabled, could still work such moderate hours, and that youths under 16 could be active, as well as a large proportion of the women, in so far as these are not engaged in bringing up children, preparing food, etc., even these hours could be considerably shortened, or else requirements could be considerably raised. Nobody would deny that very significant progress, the scale of which is even hard to foresee, is being made in perfecting production processes, which will provide still greater advantages. On the other hand, the point is to satisfy the mass of wants felt by all, which today can be satisfied only for a minority, and as culture develops ever new wants emerge, which should also be satisfied. It should be repeated over and over again that the new society does not want to live in a proletarian way, that it demands a life fit for highly civilized people, and this for all its members, from the first to the last. It should satisfy not only the material wants of all but should also ensure sufficient time to all for their education in all the arts and sciences, as well as for recreation. 3. Organization of work. The socialist communal system of economy will also differ in other, highly significant respects from the bourgeois individualistic system. The principle cheap and bad, which is and must be the principle underlying a large part of bourgeois production, because most consumers can afford only inexpensive goods that soon wear out, is also abolished. Only the best will be produced, goods that will wear longer and have to be replaced less frequently. The follies and vagaries of fashion, which only promote waste and often tastelessness as well, will stop. People will undoubtedly dress more practically and more attractively than they do today. Let us say in passing that fashions over the last century, especially men's fashions, have been distinguished by utter tastelessness, but new fashions will no longer be introduced every quarter, a stupidity, which, on the one hand, is closely linked with the rivalry between women and, on the other, with ostentation, vanity and the urge to display one's wealth. At present a great number of people depend for their livelihood on these follies of fashions and are compelled in their own interests to stimulate and foster them. Together with the folly of fashion in dress, the folly of fashion in interior decoration will disappear. This is where eccentricity thrives at its worst. Styles that gradually evolved over the centuries and among the most different nations, people no longer content themselves with European styles but turn to Japanese, Indian, Chinese and other styles, are exhausted in the space of a few years and rejected. Our artists and craftsmen are at a loss where to turn with all their samples and models. No sooner have they stocked up in one style, and hope to be able to recover their outlay, than a new style appears which again demands great sacrifices of time and money, mental and physical effort. This scramble and chase from one fashion to the other, and from one style to the other, reflects the nervous tension of our age most graphically. No one would want to assert that there is sense in this rushing and scurrying, or see it as a sign of the health of society. Socialism alone will reintroduce greater stability in society's habits. It will make rest and enjoyment possible and free people from the bustle and excitement holding sway at present. Nervous tension, the scourge of our age, will then disappear. But labor is also to be as pleasant as possible. This requires tastefully and practically equipped workshops, the utmost precautions against all danger, the removal of unpleasant odors, vapors, smoke, etc., in short, of all harmful and annoying factors. To begin with, the new society carries on production with the instruments and means of production it inherits from the old society. But these are inadequate. Numerous and scattered, in every respect highly inadequate workshops, faulty tools and machinery, at all possible stages of serviceability, suffice neither for the number of employed, nor for the satisfaction of their demand for convenience and comfort. The setting up of a large number of spacious, light, airy, and adequately equipped and decorated workshops is, therefore, the most urgent requirement. Art and technology, mental and manual skills, immediately find an extensive field of application. All branches of engineering, tool production, building, and the branches of industry linked with the internal fitting out of premises have ample opportunity for activity. Everything human inventiveness can create in the way of convenient and pleasant buildings, proper ventilation, lighting and heating, machinery and equipment, and cleaning installations is put to use. The saving in motor power, heating, lighting, time, effort, and the various things that make work and life agreeable for all, demands that there be the most rational concentration of workshops at certain points. Dwellings will be separated from work premises and from the disagreeable features of industrial activity, while suitable installations and provisions of all sorts will reduce these disagreeable features to a minimum, and will ultimately remove them altogether. In its present state, technology has sufficient means at its disposal to eliminate all danger from the most dangerous trades, such as mining and the chemical industry. They are not applied in bourgeois society because they are expensive and because there is no obligation to do more for the protection of workers than is absolutely necessary. The discomforts experienced, for example, by miners could be removed by a different method of mining, by comprehensive ventilation, the installation of electric lighting, a considerable shortening of hours and frequent change of shifts. It requires no special insight to find safety measures that would, for example, make accidents on building sites practically impossible and make the work on them one of the most pleasant occupations. Thus, ample protection could be provided against the heat of the sun and against rain in the biggest building sites, and also in all other open-air jobs. Furthermore, in a society that would have an ample labor force at its disposal, such as socialist society, it would be easy to introduce more frequent change of shifts and to concentrate certain types of work at specific seasons and times of day. The problem of removing dust, smoke, soot, and odors could be completely solved by chemistry and technology even today. This is not done or done only in part because private entrepreneurs do not want to sacrifice the necessary funds. Hence, the workshops of the future, irrespective of their location, be they above or underground, will differ most favorably from those of today. In the system of private enterprise, improved installations are first and foremost a question of money, of whether the business can afford them, whether they will pay or not. If they do not pay, let the worker perish. Capital does not participate where no profit can be made. Humanity is not quoted on the stock exchange. In socialist society, the question of profit will have played out its role. This society will know no other consideration but the welfare of its members. What is useful to them and protects them must be introduced, and what harms them must be stopped. Nobody is forced to join in a dangerous game. When undertakings involving danger are embarked upon, one can be sure that there will be many volunteers, all the more so since such undertakings could never be aimed at the destruction but only at the promotion of culture. For the growth of the productivity of labor, the widespread application of motive power and the most up-to-date machines and tools, a far-reaching division of labor and rational grouping of the labor force will raise production to a level that will make it possible considerably to reduce the working time necessary for the production of the requisite amount of means of subsistence. Higher production is of advantage to all, the individual share in output rises with increased labor productivity, and growing production makes it possible to reduce the number of working hours defined as socially necessary. Among the types of motive power now finding application, electricity will probably assume the decisive place. Even bourgeois society is endeavoring everywhere to put it at its service. The more extensively and the better this is done, the more it promotes general progress. The sooner will the revolutionizing effect of this most powerful of all natural forces burst the bonds of the bourgeois world and open the door to socialism. Only in a socialist society, however, will electricity find the fullest and broadest possible application. As motive power, as well as a light and heat source, it will make an immeasurable contribution to improving society's living conditions. Electricity has an advantage over every other form of power in that there is an abundance of it in nature. Our rivers, the tides of the sea, the wind and sunlight provide untold horsepower, once we learn how to use them rationally and to the full. A wealth of energy, by far exceeding all requirements, is offered by the parts of the earth's surface on which the heat of the sun pours down so regularly and precisely where in the main it is not used and even regarded as burdensome that a regularly operating technical plant could be set up. It might not be an exaggerated precaution for a nation to secure itself a share of such areas now. This would not even require very big areas. Several square miles in North Africa would suffice to cover the needs of a country as large as the German Reich. Very high temperatures can be obtained through the concentration of solar heat, and this would provide everything else: transportable mechanical power, the charging of storage batteries, light and heat, or direct fuel by means of electrolysis. The man who discloses these prospects is no idle dreamer but a very honorable professor of Berlin University and retired president of the Physico-Technical State Institute, a top-ranking scientist. In his opening address at the 79th meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science in Winnipeg in August 1909, the famous English physicist Sir J. Thomson said that the day was not far off when the use of sun rays would revolutionize our life, would make man independent of the energy of coal and water, and when all big cities would be surrounded by powerful installations, regular sun traps which would accumulate the heat of the sun and store the energy thus obtained in mighty reservoirs. It is the energy of the sun, stored up in coal, in waterfalls, in food, that practically does all the work of the world. How great is the supply the sun lavishes upon us becomes clear when we consider that the heat received by the earth under a high sun and a clear sky is equivalent, according to the measurements of Langley, to about 7,000 horsepower per acre. Though our engineers have not yet discovered how to utilize this enormous supply of power, they will, I have not the slightest doubt, ultimately succeed in doing so, and when coal is exhausted and our water power inadequate, it may be that this is the source from which we shall derive the energy necessary for the world's work. When that comes about, our centers of industrial activity may perhaps be transferred to the burning deserts of the Sahara, and the value of land determined by its suitability for the reception of traps to catch sunbeams. This removes the fear that we shall ever run short of fuel. And since the invention of storage batteries enables us to harness large quantities of energy and to store them for use at any place and any time, it will be possible to store up and use, in addition to the power provided by the sun and the tides, the power provided by the wind and mountain streams, which only can be obtained periodically. In short, there is no human activity for which, if necessary, motive power would not be available. Only with the help of electricity has it become possible to use water power on a large scale. According to T. Cohn, the water power available in 8 European countries is as follows. HP per 1,000 of the population. Great Britain 963,023.1. German 1,425,924.5. Switzerland 1,500,138.0. Italy 5,500,150.0. France 5,857,169.0. Austria-Hungary 6,460,454.5. Sweden 6,750,001,290.0. Norway 7,500,000 3,409.0. Baden and Bavaria have the biggest water power resources of the German federal states. Baden alone is able to harness about 200,000 HP in the Upper Rhine. Bavaria has over 300,000 untapped horsepower. Professor Rebach in Karlsruhe estimates the theoretical potential energy of all the running water on the Earth's surface at 8,000 million HP. If even a mere 1/16 of it could be used to advantage, we should still be able to obtain 500 million constantly operating horsepower, that is, power which, according to rough computations, will exceed that obtained from coal mined in 1907 more than tenfold. Although these estimates are as yet theory, they do show what results we can expect in future from white coal. The falls on the Niagara River, which flows through lakes with a total area of 231,880 square kilometers and area equal to about 13% of the surface area of the whole of Germany with its 540,000 square kilometers, can provide more water power than England, Germany, and Switzerland taken together. According to another estimate, quoted in an official report, there are no less than 20 million horsepower available in the United States of America, an equivalent of 300 million tons of coal a year. Moreover, the factories driven by white or green coal, by the power of roaring mountain streams and waterfalls, will have no chimneys and no furnaces. Electricity will make it possible to more than double the speeds on our railways. While Mr. Memes of Baltimore in the early 90s of the last century thought it possible to build an electric car able to travel 300 kilometers an hour, and Professor Elihu Thomson of Lynn also believed it possible to construct electric motors, which, given suitable reinforcement of the permanent way and corresponding improvements in the signaling system, would reach speeds of up to 260 km/h. These assumptions have by now almost been confirmed. The trial runs made in 1901 and 1902 on the military Berlin-Zossen line have proved that it is possible even now to attain a velocity of up to 150 km per hour. Then, in the trial runs made in 1903, the Siemens car reached a velocity of 201, and the AEG model that of 208 km. In the trial runs of express steam trains made in subsequent years, speeds of 150 km an hour and more were also reached. The target now is 200 km an hour. And August Schirle has already appeared on the scene with his new project for express trains, according to which existing lines are to be allocated to freight traffic while large towns are to be linked by monorail trains traveling at 200 km an hour. The question of the electrification of railways has been placed on the agenda in England, Austria, Italy, and America. An electric express capable of speeds up to 200 km an hour is to link Philadelphia and New York. The speed of steamers will also increase, and the decisive factor in this is the steam turbine. It stands today in the forefront of technical interest. It appears to be destined to oust the piston-type steam engine in extensive fields of application. While most engineers were still regarding the steam turbine as a proposition of the future, it had become a problem of the present, which by virtue of its success attracted the attention of the entire technical world. It was only electrical engineering with its fast machines that created a vast field of application for the new power-driven machine. The vast majority of all steam turbines operating today serve to drive dynamo machines. The new steam turbine has shown its supremacy over the older piston-type steam engine, particularly in ocean crossings. Thus, in August 1909, the English ocean liner Lusitania, equipped with steam turbines, made the trip from Ireland to New York in 4 days, 11 hours, and 42 minutes, at an average speed of 25.85 knots an hour. The America, built in 1863, the fastest ship in its day, traveled at a speed of 12.5 knots. The day is not far off when a satisfactory solution will be found to enable big ships to use electric propeller drives. They are already being used in small ships. Simple maintenance and high safety in operation, good self-regulation and smooth running make the steam turbine the ideal propelling power for the generation of electricity on board. Thus the electrification of all shipbuilding will go hand in hand with the electrification of the entire railway network. Electricity also revolutionizes hoisting equipment. While steam power first made it possible to build hoisting machines using natural power, electric power transmission has completely transformed the construction of hoisting machines, since it alone made these machines mobile and constantly ready for operation. Electric drive has led, among other things, to extremely far-reaching changes in the design of cranes. With its massive curved beak of rolled iron, resting on a foundation of heavy square slabs, with its slow movements and hissing of steam it puffs out, the steam crane is reminiscent of a prehistoric monster. Once it has taken hold, it works up an enormous leverage, but it needs people as understrappers who attach the load to its hook with chains. Because its gripping movement is unwieldy, slow, and clumsy, the steam crane is only suitable for heavy freight but not for the rapid transfer of loads. Even the exterior of the modern steel crane driven by electric power creates a very different impression. We are confronted with a delicate steel latticework girder reaching across the work premises, and protruding from it a slender, pincer-like beam that can be moved in all directions. The whole thing is operated by one person, whose gentle pressure on the control lever regulates the electric currents and with their help makes the slender steel members of the crane carry out rapid motions, so that they, without the assistance of an understrapper, grip the glowing block of steel and swing it through the air. No noise is heard except the soft humming of the electric motors. Without the help of these machines it would be impossible to cope with the steadily growing loads. The development of the hoisting capacity between the middle and close of the 19th century can be illustrated by comparing the capacity of the dock cranes at Pola and Kiel. The hoisting capacity of the first was 60 tons, of the second 200 tons. The running of a Bessemer steel works is possible only if rapidly operating hoisting machines are available, otherwise the enormous quantities of molten steel, which are produced in a short time, could not be transported in molds. In the Krupp works in Essen alone there are 608 cranes with a total hoisting capacity of 6,513 tons, equal to the capacity of a goods train of 650 trucks. The low cost of sea freight, a vital factor in communications in the modern world, would be impossible if the capital invested in ships could not be used so intensively thanks to rapid unloading. The equipment of a ship with electric deck cranes reduces annual operating costs from 23,000 to 13,000 marks, that is, almost halves them. Moreover, this comparison applies to the progress made in the space of a mere 10 years or so. Each passing day brings epoch-making successes in all fields of communications technology. The problem of flight, which 2 decades ago still seemed insoluble, has already been solved. And if dirigible airships and various types of flying apparatus do not yet make mass transport easier and cheaper, but serve only sports and militarism, the day will come when they too will multiply society's productive forces. Important progress is also being made by wireless telegraphy and telephony, each day they are finding wider industrial application. In a few years all communications will be placed on a new footing. Mining, with the exception of the hewing process, is today being revolutionized to an extent that would have been inconceivable 10 years ago. This revolution consists in the introduction of electric drive for drainage, ventilation, underground transport, and hoisting. The electric drive has revolutionized working machines, pumps, winches and hoisting equipment. In a speech delivered at a banquet of the Association of Chemical Manufacturers in the spring of 1891, Professor Berthelot, the former French Minister of Public Instruction, outlined fantastic prospects for chemistry's future. Berthelot described the probable position of chemistry in the year 2000, and although his speech contains many a droll exaggeration, it also has much that is apt and we shall therefore give some excerpts from it. Monsieur Berthelot described chemistry's achievements over the past few decades and among them mentioned the following: the manufacture of sulfuric acid and soda, bleaching and dyeing, beet sugar, therapeutic alkaloids, gas, gilding and silvering, etc. Then came electrochemistry, which radically transformed metallurgy, thermal chemistry, and the chemistry of explosives, which supplies the mining industry, as also warfare, with new sources of power, and the wonders of organic chemistry in the manufacture of dyes, perfumes, of therapeutic drugs and antiseptics, etc. This is, however, only a start. Soon much more important problems are to be solved. By the year 2000 there will be no more agriculture and no peasants, for chemistry will have put an end to the present forms of agriculture. There will also be no more coal mines and, hence, no miners' strikes. Fuels will be replaced by chemical and physical processes. Duties and wars will have been abolished. Aerial navigation, which will use chemical substances for motive power, will have pronounced the death sentence upon those obsolete institutions. Industry's problem will be to find sources of energy which are inexhaustible and can be restored with a minimum of effort. Until now we have produced steam with the help of chemical energy released by burning coal, but coal is difficult to mine and its deposits decrease from day to day. Man should turn his thoughts to the utilization of solar heat and heat from the Earth's interior. There is reason to hope that both sources will be used boundlessly. To bore a well of 3,000 to 4,000 meters is not beyond the powers of present-day engineers, let alone those of the future. The source of all heat and of all industry will thus be unlocked, and if water is taken into consideration as well, all imaginable machinery on Earth could operate, and there would not be any noticeable decrease in this source of energy in hundreds of years. Terrestrial heat would help to solve numerous chemical problems, including the supreme problem of chemistry, the production of food. In principle, the problem has already been solved. The synthesis of oils and fats has been known for a long time. Sugar and carbohydrates are also known. The method of compounding nitrogen elements will soon be learned. The food problem is a purely chemical one. The day the necessary cheap power is obtained, it will be possible to use the carbon from carbon dioxide, hydrogen and oxygen from water and nitrogen from the atmosphere to produce foods of all kinds. What plants have done up to now will be carried out by industry and more effectively than by nature. The time will come when everybody will carry with him a box of chemicals in his pocket from which he will satisfy his daily quota of protein, fat, and carbohydrates, paying no heed to the time of day or season, to rain and drought, frost, hail, and insect pests. A revolution will then set in which is inconceivable today. Orchards, vineyards, and pastures will disappear. Man will gain in gentleness and morality, because he will no longer live by the murder and destruction of living beings. Then the difference between fertile and barren areas will disappear. The deserts may become man's favorite habitat, because they are healthier than the infested alluvial land and foul swampy plains where agriculture is now practiced. When art and all that is beautiful in human life will come into their own as well. The earth will no longer be, as it were, marred by geometrical shapes now drawn by agriculture, but it will be a garden in which grass and flowers, bushes and woods can be allowed to grow as they please, and in which mankind will live in abundance in a golden age. People will, therefore, not sink into indolence and corruption. Work is necessary for happiness, and man will work as much as ever before, because he will be working only for himself, in order to raise his mental, moral, and aesthetic development to the highest possible level. The reader may accept what he wishes in Berthelot's speech. However, it is certain that in future progress in diverse fields will enormously increase the quality, volume, and variety of products, and that for future generations the good things in life will be improved to an almost inconceivable degree. Professor Elihu Thomson agrees with Werner Siemens, who as early as 1887, at the Berlin Conference of Naturalists, expressed the view that it would be possible with the help of electricity to transform chemical elements directly into food. While Werner Siemens was of the opinion that it would be possible, even if in the remote future, to produce artificially a carbohydrate such as grape sugar, and later also starch, so closely related to the former, which would enable people to make bread out of stones, the chemist Dr. V. Meyer claimed that it would be possible to use wood fiber as a source of human food. In the meantime, Emil Fischer has actually produced grape sugar and fruit sugar artificially and thus made a discovery which Werner Siemens thought possible only in the remote future. Since then chemistry has made further progress. Indigo, vanillin, and camphor have all been artificially produced. In 1906, W. Loeb succeeded in assimilating carbon dioxide as far as the sugar stage outside plants by means of high voltages. In 1907, Emil Fischer obtained one of the most intricate synthetic substances, one very closely related to natural protein. In 1908, R. Willstetter and Benz produced pure chlorophyll and proved that it is a magnesium compound. In addition, a series of important substances that play a role in reproduction and heredity have also been produced artificially. The solution of the main problem of organic chemistry, the production of protein, can thus be expected in the not too distant future. 5. Abolition of the antithesis between mental and physical labor. A need deeply implanted in human nature is to be free to choose an occupation and to change it at will. Just as constant repetition makes the choicest dish repulsive, so does the treadmill of a repetitive occupation day in day out render the mind dull and slack. Man works only mechanically, does what he has to do without any higher inspiration and enjoyment. In every man there are latent abilities and inclinations which only need to be awakened and developed to produce the most beautiful results. Only then will man become full man. Socialist society will offer full opportunities for the satisfaction of this need for variety. The enormous growth of the productive forces in conjunction with the increasing simplification of the labor process makes it possible not only considerably to reduce working hours but also facilitates the acquisition of the most diverse skills. The old apprentice system has outlived its usefulness. Even now, it exists and is possible only in the most backward, outdated modes of production, such as handicrafts. Since these disappear in the new society, all the establishments and patterns inherent in them disappear at the same time. New ones take their place. Even now every factory shows how few of its workers are plying the trade they were apprenticed in. The workers ply the most diverse trades and mostly only a short time is needed to train them for a single operation, in which they then, in accordance with the prevailing system of exploitation, exert themselves for long hours, without change or regard for their inclinations, and while working at their machines become machines themselves. This state of affairs will also be eliminated by the new organization of society. There will be ample time for the acquisition of manual dexterity and artistic skills. Large training workshops, equipped with every comfort and first-class technical appliance, help young and old to acquire skills. Chemical and physical laboratories, satisfying all the demands of these sciences at the level reached by then, will be provided, and likewise adequate numbers of teaching staff. Only then will people realize what a world of ambitions and abilities the capitalist mode of production was stilling, or by what false methods it let them develop. It is not only possible to take into consideration this need for variety, it must be the aim of society to satisfy this need, because it is one of the factors upon which hinges man's harmonious development. Faces that betray men's professions which are to be found in present-day society, whether these be professions involving some kind of set uniform actions or indolence, will gradually disappear. At present there are extraordinarily few people who have the opportunity to vary their occupation. Occasionally we find some favored by circumstances who are able to escape the monotony of an everyday occupation, who after having paid tribute to physical work are able to recuperate by engaging in mental work. Conversely, now and then, we find people engaged in mental work who take up some kind of handiwork, gardening, etc. That a pursuit involving an alternation of mental and manual labor has a beneficial effect will be confirmed by every hygienist. It alone is natural, provided that every activity is carried on with moderation and that it corresponds to the strength of the individual. In his article The Significance of Science and Art, Count Leo Tolstoy lashes out at the hypertrophic and unnatural character that art and science have assumed in the unnatural conditions prevailing in our society. He sharply condemns the contempt for physical labor that has taken root in present-day society and recommends a return to natural conditions. Everybody who wishes to live naturally and find enjoyment should spend the day by engaging, first, in physical labor in agriculture, secondly, in handicrafts, thirdly, in mental work, fourthly, in enlightened social intercourse. No one should do more than 8 hours physical work in a day. Tolstoy, who himself practices this way of life and who, as he himself says, only feels human since he has taken it up, overlooks only the fact that what is possible for him, a man of independent means, is under present conditions impossible for the majority of people. A man, who has to put in 10 to 12, and sometimes even more, hours of hard physical labor every day to secure the most meager existence, and who is brought up in ignorance, is unable to follow the Tolstoyan way of life. Neither can those, who have to carry on a struggle for existence and submit to its demands, while the few who, like Tolstoy, could afford it do not for the most part experience the need to do so. It is one of the illusions Tolstoy indulges in, the belief that preaching and example can change social systems. The experience gained by Tolstoy with his way of life proves how irrational it is, but to introduce it as the general practice there must be different social conditions, a new society. The future society will provide these conditions. It will have an abundance of scholars and artists of every kind, but each of them will do physical work for part of the day and, in keeping with his tastes, devote the rest of the time to his studies and the artistic pursuits, to sociable intercourse. The existing antithesis between mental and physical labor, an antithesis the ruling classes intensify to the utmost in order to secure for themselves in addition the intellectual means of domination, will therefore have to be abolished. 6. Growth of the capacity to consume. From the above it also follows that times of crisis and unemployment will be impossible in the future society. Crises arise from the fact that capitalist production, lured on by profit and without a reliable gauge for actual demand, creates a glut on the commodity market, results in overproduction. The commodity nature of products in the capitalist economic system, which their owners endeavor to exchange, makes the consumption of commodities subject to the consumer's capacity to buy. This capacity is, however, very limited since the vast majority of the population is underpaid for their labor and cannot put it to use at all if their employer is unable to squeeze surplus value out of it. The capacity to buy and the capacity to consume are two different things in the bourgeois world. Many millions are in want of new clothes, shoes, furniture, linen, food, beverages, but they have no money, and their wants, that is, their capacity to consume, remain unsatisfied. The commodity market is overstocked, but the masses starve. They want to work but can find no one to buy their labor, because the entrepreneur does not gain anything from doing so. Perish, rot, become a tramp, a criminal. I, the capitalist, cannot change things. I cannot use commodities for which I cannot find a purchaser to buy them with a corresponding profit. And in his own way the man is quite right. In the future society this contradiction will no longer exist. It does not produce commodities to be bought and sold, but produces the necessaries of life that are used up, consumed, and have no other purpose. In the new society the capacity to consume is not limited by the individual's ability to buy, as it is in bourgeois society, but by the collective capacity to produce. If the instruments of labor and the labor force are available, every need can be satisfied. The social capacity to consume is limited only by the consumer's saturation point. There being no commodities in the future society, neither can there be any money. Money appears as the antithesis of the commodity, but it is a commodity itself. Yet money, even though itself a commodity, is at the same time the social equivalent, the measure of value for all other commodities. The future society will not produce commodities but only articles for the satisfaction of needs, use values, whose production requires a definite amount of social labor time. The average labor time required for the production of an article is the only measure by which its social usefulness can be measured. 10 minutes of social labor time spent on an article are equal to 10 minutes of social labor time spent on another article, no more no less. Society does not want to profit, it only wants to organize among its members the exchange of articles of equal quality, equal use value, and ultimately it does not even need to establish a use value, it simply produces what it needs. If society should find that for the production of all necessary products it needs a 3-hour working day, it will introduce one. Should methods of production so improve that requirements can be covered in 2 hours, a 2-hour working day will be introduced. Should society conversely require the satisfaction of higher wants which, despite the increase in the labor force and higher labor productivity, cannot be satisfied in 2 or 3 hours, a longer working day is introduced. Its will is its kingdom of heaven. The amount of social labor time required for the production of every single article is easily calculated. The ratio of the part to the whole of the working time is measured accordingly. Some sort of a certificate, a piece of printed paper, gold, or tin testifies to the number of hours worked and enables the owner to exchange this token for all manner of articles. Should he find that his wants come to smaller total than he has received for his efforts, he correspondingly works a shorter time. Should he want to give away what he has not consumed himself, there is nobody to stop him from doing so. Should he wish to work for somebody else to enable that person to indulge in dolce far niente, or should he wish to share his title to the social products with him, there is nobody to prevent him from doing so. But no one can compel him to work for another's advantage, no one can withhold from him any part of his title to the social products he has earned. Everyone can satisfy all his fulfillable wishes and claims, but not at the expense of others. He receives the equivalent of what he has given to society, neither more nor less, and he is free from any exploitation by third parties. 7. Equal duty to work for all. But what about the difference between the lazy and the industrious, between the intelligent and the stupid? Such is one of the main questions of our opponents, and the answer to it causes them the greatest headache. That, for example, No distinction is made in our civil service hierarchy between the lazy and the industrious, the intelligent and the stupid, but that it is the length of service that decides the size of salaries and in most cases also promotion as well, except when special training is needed for some higher post. This is something to which none of these artful schemers and wiseacres ever give any thought. Teachers, professors, the latter in particular, asking most naive questions, take up posts because of the salaries attached, not because of their qualities. It is common knowledge that in many cases promotion in our military, civil service and academic hierarchies goes not to those best qualified but to those blessed with advantages of birth, relatives, friends, the favor of women. That wealth is not measured by diligence and intelligence is strikingly illustrated by the Berlin innkeepers, bakers, and butchers, who are sometimes unable to distinguish the dative from the accusative, but vote in the first class of the Prussian three-class electoral system, whereas the Berlin intelligentsia, men of science and senior civil servants of the Reich, vote in the second or third class. No distinction will be drawn between the lazy and the industrious, the intelligent and the stupid, because the concepts these terms convey will have disappeared. Society considers as lazy him who has been thrown out of work and forced to become a tramp, and who in the end actually does become one, or him who after being deprived of a decent upbringing goes to the dogs. But he who calls one who is rolling in money and frittering away the day with idleness and debauchery a lazy fellow heaps insults on an honorable man. How do things stand in the future society? All develop under equal conditions, and each is active according to his inclinations and skill, and, therefore, the differences in performance will be insignificant. The atmosphere of society which stimulates each to excel the other also helps to even out these distinctions. If someone discovers that he cannot do as much as others in some field, he chooses a different one, more in keeping with his strength and abilities. Those who have worked together with a large number of people in an establishment know that men who proved unfit and useless for a certain activity after being transferred to different posts carried out their jobs extremely well. There are no normal people who cannot satisfy even the highest demands in one activity or another, if only they are placed in the right job. By what right does one claim precedence over another? If somebody has been treated by nature so stepmotherly that with the best will in the world he is unable to do what others can, society cannot punish him for the faults of nature. If, conversely, someone has received from nature abilities which raise him above others, society is not obliged to reward what is not his personal merit. In socialist society, it should be remembered, all will enjoy identical living conditions and opportunities for education, and each will be afforded the opportunity to develop his knowledge and abilities in accordance with his talents and inclinations, which guarantees that not only the level of knowledge and abilities will be much higher in socialist than in bourgeois society, but also that they will be more evenly distributed and yet more varied. When Goethe, while on a journey along the Rhine, was studying the Cathedral of Cologne, he discovered in the building Axstraat the architects of old had paid their workmen equal wages for equal working hours. They did this because they wanted to get good and conscientious work from them. To bourgeois society this seems in many respects an anomaly. It introduced a piecework system by which the workers compel each other to overwork, and this makes it all the easier for the entrepreneur to underpay his workers, and to lower wages. The same also applies to mental work. Man is a product of the time and circumstances in which he lives. A Goethe born under conditions equally favorable to his development in the 4th, instead of the 18th century, would probably have become, instead of a famous poet and natural scientist, a great father of the Church, who might have put St. Augustine in the shade. If, on the other hand, Goethe had come into the world as the son of a poor cobbler in Frankfurt, instead of being the son of a rich Frankfurt patrician, he would hardly have become a minister of the Grand Duke of Weimar, but would most probably have remained a cobbler and would have died an honorable master of the craft. In his Wilhelm Meister, Goethe himself acknowledged the advantage of his having been born in a materially and socially favorable station which enabled him to develop his capacities to such a high level. If Napoleon I had been born a decade later, he could have never become Emperor of France. Gambetta, too, would never have become what he did without the War of 1870-71. If a naturally gifted child of intelligent parents is placed among savages, he, too, will become a savage. In short, man is what society has made of him. Ideas are not a product that springs from the mind of the individual as a result of inspiration from above, but they are produced in the mind of the individual by the social life and activity around him, by the zeitgeist. An Aristotle could not have come up with the ideas of a Darwin, and a Darwin inevitably reasoned differently from an Aristotle. Each thinks as the spirit of the age, as his environment and its phenomena force him to think. Hence the observation that different people often arrive at identical ideas simultaneously, and that identical inventions and discoveries are made simultaneously in places far apart from each other. Hence also the fact that an idea proclaimed 50 years too early left the world cold, but when repeated 50 years later, sets the whole world astir. In 1415, Emperor Sigismund could dare to break his word to Jan Hus and have him burned in Constance. In 1521, Charles V, though much more of a religious fanatic, was obliged to allow Luther to depart from the diet of worms unharmed. Ideas are a product of social interaction, of social life. What is true of society in general, is true in particular of the various classes that in a given historical epoch compose society. Because every class has its specific interests, it also has its specific ideas and views, which lead to the class struggles, which abound in the annals of history and which have reached their climax in contemporary class antagonisms and class struggles. Therefore, not only the age a man lives in, but also the social stratum, to which he belongs in that age, is important, since it molds his sentiments, thoughts, and actions. Without modern society, there are no modern ideas. This we regard as clear and obvious. It should be added that in the future society, the means each uses for his development are the property of society. Hence, society cannot consider itself obliged to honor especially that which it itself has made possible and which is its own product. So much for the qualification of physical and mental work. It follows that there can also be no distinction between higher and lower work, such as is often found today, for example, when a mechanic thinks more highly of himself than of a day laborer who carries out road maintenance and similar work. Society allows only socially useful work to be carried out, hence, all work is of equal value to society. If work that is unpleasant and repulsive cannot be carried out by mechanical or chemical means and cannot through some process or other be changed into pleasant work in view of the progress made in the technical and chemical fields, this prospect will undoubtedly materialize, and if it should be impossible to find the necessary workers to carry it out voluntarily, the obligation will lie upon each member of society to do his share of such work when his turn comes. There will then be no false shame and no senseless contempt for useful work. These exist only in our society of drones, where idleness is regarded as an enviable lot, and where the worker is the more despised, the more arduous and unpleasant his work and the more essential for society. Today the more unpleasant work is, the worse it is paid. The reason for this is that we have a great number of workers who are kept down at the lowest cultural level and who, as a result of the constant revolutionizing of the production process, are thrown out into the street to form a reserve army, and that these workers in order to live are willing to do the most wretched work at wages so low that it is even unprofitable to introduce machinery for it. For example, stone breaking is proverbially one of the worst paid and most disagreeable kinds of work. It would be a trifling matter to have stone breaking done by machinery, as is the case in the United States, but we have such a lot of cheap labor that such machines would not pay. Street and sewer cleaning, refuse clearance, underground work and similar jobs could already at our present level of development be done with the aid of machinery and technical equipment so that they would lose every trace of the disagreeableness often associated with them for workers. Actually, a worker who pumps out sewers in order to protect people against harmful miasmas is a very useful member of society, whereas a professor who expounds falsified history in the interests of the ruling class, or a theologian who seeks to cloud men's minds with supernatural transcendental teachings, are very harmful individuals. The learned fraternity of today, blessed with high office and honors, represents for the most part a guild designed and paid to defend and justify the domination of the ruling classes with the authority of science, to make it appear just and necessary, and to preserve existing prejudices. Actually, this guild to a large extent engages in sham science, mind poisoning, work detrimental to civilization and mental wage labor in the interests of the bourgeoisie and its clients. A state of society that will make the existence of such elements impossible will be promoting the liberation of mankind. On the other hand, genuine science is often connected with very unpleasant and repulsive work, such, for instance, as when a doctor makes an autopsy on a decaying corpse or operates on suppurating parts of the body, or when a chemist investigates excrement. These jobs are often more repulsive than the most repulsive jobs day laborers and unskilled workers perform, but nobody ever thinks of admitting this. The difference is that one type of work requires extensive studies to be performed, while the other can be done by anyone and does not involve long studies. Hence, the entirely different appraisal. However, in a society where, owing to the wide opportunities for education afforded to all, the distinctions between the learned and uncultured have disappeared, the antithesis between skilled and unskilled work will also disappear, particularly since, due to technological progress, there will be no limits for the replacement of manual work by machinery or technological processes. We need look no further than the development of our arts and crafts as, for example, copperplate engraving, xylography, etc. Just as the most unpleasant jobs are often the most useful ones, so also our ideas regarding agreeable and disagreeable work, like so many other conceptions of the bourgeois world, turn out to be superficial ones, based on nothing but externals. 8. Abolition of trade. Reorganization of communications. As soon as all production in the future society is placed on a basis like the one outlined above, it no longer produces, as we already mentioned, commodities, but only articles to satisfy society's needs. Trade ceases to exist except in such cases where contact with other people still living according to bourgeois principles makes trade along the old lines necessary, that is, trade of a kind that can only exist and is only justified in a society based on commodity production. This releases a large army of people of both sexes for productive activity. This large army, free to engage in production, now produces consumer goods and makes possible an increase in their consumption, or else its utilization promotes a reduction of the socially necessary labor time. Today these people subsist more or less as parasites on the product of the labor of others and often have to go to a lot of trouble and work diligently, this we shall not deny, without being able to eke out an adequate living. In the future society they will be superfluous in the role of merchants, innkeepers, brokers, and intermediaries. Instead of the dozens, hundreds, and thousands of shops and trading establishments of all sorts, which every community now has in proportion to its size, there will be large municipal supply centers, elegant markets, whole exhibitions, requiring relatively small administrative staffs. All trading activity becomes a centralized, purely administrative activity, which will involve extremely simple functions and which will be simplified still further through the centralization of all social institutions. The entire communications system will undergo a similar reorganization. The telegraph and telephone systems, railways, postal service, river and marine fleets, trams, lorries and cars, airships, and other flying apparatus and whatever kinds of contrivances and vehicles there may be which make up society's communications now become social property. In Germany many of these institutions, such as the postal services, the telegraph and telephone systems and most railways are already state institutions, their transformation into social property is only a formality. No private interests will be hurt in these cases. If the state continues to direct its efforts in the present direction, so much the better. But these state-administered establishments are not socialist establishments, as some mistakenly assume. They are establishments which are exploited by the state in just as capitalistic a way as if they were in the hands of private entrepreneurs. Neither the officials nor the workers employed in them gain any special advantage therefrom. The state treats them just as any private entrepreneur, when, For example, orders are issued in the establishments of the imperial fleet and the railway administration not to take on workmen over 40 years of age. This measure vividly demonstrates the class nature of the state as a state of exploiters, and cannot but incense the workers with indignation against the state. These and similar measures that proceed from the state in its role as employer are much worse than they would be if they proceeded from a private entrepreneur. As compared with the state, the latter is a small employer, and the employment he denies may be granted by another. The state, on the other hand, in its capacity of monopolistic employer, can by such rulings at one stroke reduce thousands of people to misery. That is not socialist, it is capitalist behavior, and the socialists have every reason to take steps to prevent modern state establishments being regarded as socialist establishments and as the realization of socialist aspirations. Just as the millions of private employers, merchants, and middlemen of all kinds will be replaced by big centralist establishments, so the entire transport system will also assume a new form. The millions of small shipments, which are sent every day to almost as many proprietors and which lead to a great waste of work, time, and materials of every sort, will be replaced by large shipments dispatched to municipal depots and production centers. Thus, the work is greatly simplified in this sphere as well. As, for instance, the transportation of raw materials to an establishment employing 1,000 workers is a much simpler undertaking than transporting them to hundreds of scattered small enterprises, so centers of production and distribution for whole communities, or their parts, will make possible considerable economies of all kinds. This will benefit the whole of society and every individual as well, for communal and personal interests will coincide. The face of our production centers, of the communication system and, especially, of our habitations will, as a result, be completely changed and they will acquire a much more pleasing appearance. The nerve-wracking noise, hustle, and bustle of our big cities with their thousands of vehicles of all sorts will in the main be done away with. Road building, street cleaning, the whole system of housing and living conditions, and the intercourse between people will all be radically transformed. It will be easy to carry out hygienic measures impossible today, or possible only in part and at great cost, which, more often than not, are undertaken only in the quarters of the rich. The system of communications under such conditions is bound to attain the highest level of perfection. Perhaps aviation will then become the chief means of transportation. The latter are the arteries that conduct the entire exchange of products, the blood circulation through the whole of society, that facilitate personal and mental intercourse between people, and they are highly suitable to establish an equal level of well-being and education throughout society. The extension and ramification of the most perfect means of transportation to the remotest corners of the land is, therefore, a necessity and a matter of general social interest. The tasks confronting the future society in this field vastly exceed those which our present society can take upon itself. This greatly perfected system of communications will also promote the decentralization of the vast numbers of people now crowded into the big cities and industrial centers, and their redistribution over the whole country. It will thus become a factor of decisive importance in promoting health as well as spiritual and material progress. 2. Socialism and agriculture. 1. Abolition of private ownership of land. Alongside with the means of production and communication, land, the primary material of all human effort and the basis of all human existence, belongs to society. At its advanced stage, society takes back what it originally possessed. Among all peoples that have reached a definite level of culture, land is communal property. Communal property form the basis of every primitive socialization, which would be impossible without it. It is only through the rise and development of private property and the forms of domination connected with it, that communal property is abolished in the face of grim struggle and is usurped as private property. The robbery of the land and its transformation into private property constituted the prime cause of the bondage that has passed through all possible stages, from slavery to the freedom of the wage worker in our century, until, finally, the enslaved, after thousands of years of development, reconvert the law into common property. The importance of land to human existence is such that in all social struggles of the world, in India, China, Egypt, Greece, Rome, the Christian Middle Ages, in the empires of the Aztecs and Incas, in the social movements of modern times, the ownership of land has always been the principal demand of militants. At present, too, common ownership of land is advocated by such people as Adolf Samter, Adolf Wagner, Dr. Schaffel, Henry George, and others, who do not want to hear anything about common ownership in other domains. The well-being of the population depends primarily on the cultivation and exploitation of the land. To raise the cultivation of the land to the highest possible level is eminently a matter of public concern. Such development is impossible where private ownership holds sway. The most rational exploitation of the land depends not only upon the way it is cultivated, there are also other factors to be considered, which neither the biggest individual owner nor the most powerful association can cope with, factors which in some cases transcend even the framework of the state and should be attended to on an international scale. 2. Land improvement. Society must consider land as a whole, its topographic features, its mountains, dales, forests, lakes, rivers, ponds, heaths, swamps, moors and bogs. In addition to the geographical situation which cannot be modified, these topographic features exert certain influence on the climate and the qualities of the soil. Here is an immense field of activity in which a lot of experience can still be gathered and a mass of experiments have to be made. What the state has done in this direction up to now is not enough. First, it allots only small funds to these purposes and, besides, even if it did wish to apply itself to this task in earnest, the big landlords, who have the decisive say in legislation, would prevent it from so doing. Nothing can be achieved in this field without major encroachments on private property. But the existence of the state rests on the declaration of the sacredness of private property. The big landlords are its main prop, and, therefore, it lacks the power to act in the indicated direction. Vast and extensive schemes for land improvement, afforestation and deforestation, irrigation and drainage, for mixing soils, contour modifications, planting, etc., would have to be launched, in order to attain the highest possible level of land fertility. A matter highly important to the state of land cultivation is an extensive, systematically planned network of rivers and canals, which must be organized according to scientific principles. Although the question of cheaper transportation on waterways such an important issue in modern society would be of little consequence for the new society, waterways deserve serious attention, since they are a convenient means of transportation, requiring only a minimum expenditure of effort and material. The most important aspect of the system of rivers and canals is the fact that they are extensively used for drainage and irrigation, for transporting fertilizers and materials necessary for land improvement, as well as for dispatching harvested crops, etc. Experience shows that arid lands suffer much more from cold winters and hot summers than well-watered ones, which is why coastal regions only experience climatic extremes in exceptional cases. Climatic extremes are not advantageous or pleasant for either plants or men. An extensive canal system combined with proper forestry regulations will undoubtedly produce favorable results here. Such a canal system, in conjunction with the building of large reservoirs for the collection and storage of large quantities of water, would be of great benefit when thaws or heavy rainfalls make rivers and streams swell and overflow. Similar installations would also be needed for mountain rivers and mountain streams. Flood devastation would then be impossible. Wide expanses of water with their greater evaporation potential would also in all probability promote more regular rainfall. Moreover, installations of this kind would make it possible to set up pumping and lifting gear for the extensive irrigation of land, whenever it would prove necessary. Large tracts of land hitherto almost completely barren could be transformed into fertile regions by means of artificial irrigation. Where sheep now can barely find enough to eat, and at best consumptive-looking pine trees raise their thin branches heavenward, rich harvests could grow and a large population could find ample food and enjoyment. Thus, for example, it is only a question of labor expenditure to transform the vast sand tracts of the Mark, the dust box of the Holy German Empire, into a fertile Eden. This was also pointed out by one of the lecturers in a report read on the occasion of the German Agricultural Exhibition in Berlin in the spring of 1894. To build the necessary canal and irrigation installations and carry out land improvement measures, soil mixing, etc., are matters beyond the landowners of the mark, and thus vast lands, just outside the gates of the imperial capital, remain in a state of backward cultivation that will seem inconceivable to future generations. Again, vast tracts of swamps, moors and marshes could be drained and reclaimed for cultivation both in the north and south of Germany. The waterways could also be used for fish farming and would provide a rich source of food. Moreover, they would furnish opportunities for the installation of the most attractive bathing establishments in communities where there are no rivers. The effectiveness of irrigation can be illustrated by the following few examples. In the vicinity of Weissenfels, 7.5 hectares of well-watered meadowland yielded 480 centners of aftergrass, while live contiguous hectares of meadowland of the same quality, but unirrigated, yielded only 32 hectares. Thus, the former had a crop more than 10 times as large as the latter. Near Riesa in Saxony, the irrigation of 65 acres of meadowland raised net profits from 5,850 to 11,100 marks. According to Buchenbenger, the irrigation of the barren, sandy Bacher Heath on the right bank of the Lippe, which required an outlay of 124,000 marks, transformed a plain that had formerly been almost completely unproductive but now yields a gross annual profit of about 400,000 marks. Land improvement measures in Lower Austria, which required an outlay of 1 million crowns, raised the area's revenue by about 6 million crowns, thus, the heavy construction costs proved worthwhile. Besides the mark, there are other areas in Germany, where the soil consists mainly of sand, that yield but mediocre returns even after a very wet summer. Should these areas be intersected and irrigated by canals, and their soil improved, within a short time they would yield 5 to 10 times greater returns. There are cases in Spain where the yield of well-watered soil exceeds that of unirrigated land 37 times over. Hence, let there be water and new masses of food will be conjured up out of the soil. Rarely a year passes without there occurring at least once or twice, and sometimes more frequently, more or less serious floods caused by streams and rivers overflowing in various provinces and states of Germany. Large tracts of highly fertile soil are then washed away by the force of waves and others are buried for years under sand, stones, and debris, or else made barren forever. Whole plantations of fruit trees, cultivated over decades, are uprooted. Houses, bridges, streets, and dams are washed away, railways ruined, human lives sacrificed, cattle drowned, land improvement installations destroyed and crops devastated. Vast tracts of land, threatened by frequent floods, are either not cultivated at all or very sparsely, so as to avoid further losses. Extensive ravaging of forests, especially on mountains, particularly on the part of private owners, aggravates the danger. The senseless ravaging of forests for the sake of profit is said to be responsible for the decrease in the fertility of the soil in the provinces of Prussia and Pomerania, in Carinthia and Styria, Italy, France, Spain, Russia, etc. The destruction of forests in the mountains frequently results in inundations. The floods in the Rhine, Oder, and Vistula valleys are ascribed mainly to the destruction of forests in Switzerland, Galicia and Poland respectively. The same factor is responsible for the frequent floods in Italy, namely those in the Po Valley, Madeira, large parts of Spain, the most fertile provinces of Russia, and extensive, once abundant and fertile lands in Western Asia have lost most of their fertility for the same reason. At long last bourgeois society, too, has understood that the time has come to put an end to indulgence and tolerance in this field and that the introduction of rational measures on a large scale can transform the forces destroying land culture into such as promote it. Thus, work has started on the building of large barrages in order to collect enormous quantities of water and use its power to produce electricity for industry and agriculture. Bavaria, in particular, is building barrages for mountainous rivers and streams on a vast scale in order to obtain power for the electrification of its railways and for various industrial establishments. The agrarian Bavaria of old is thus gradually being transformed into a modern industrial land. 3. Transformation of soil cultivation. It goes without saying that these enormous problems cannot be solved in a flash, but the new society will apply all powers at its command to their solution, because its sole mission will be to solve problems of civilization and to tolerate no obstacles on the way to this goal. In due course it will solve problems and accomplish feats inconceivable to the present-day society, because the very thought of them would set their heads spinning. Soil cultivation in general will be vastly improved through these and similar measures. In addition to the considerations discussed above, there are others relevant to the improvement of land utilization. Today many square miles are sown to potatoes, which are used mainly for distilling large quantities of brandy, consumed almost exclusively by our poor population living in want and poverty. Brandy is the only stimulant and worry chaser they can get. The civilized people of the new society will not consume brandy, the soil and its tillers will be freed for the production of wholesome food. Again, we have already mentioned the cultivation of sugar beet and the manufacture of sugar for export. More than 400,000 hectares of our best wheat land are used each year to grow sugar beet in order to supply England, Switzerland, the United States, etc. The countries whose climate favors the cultivation of sugar cane are unable to compete. Our regular army, scattered production, scattered commerce, scattered agriculture, etc., require millions of horses and corresponding fields for feeding them and for rearing colts. Completely transformed social and political conditions will in the future free the bulk of the land used for this purpose. Once again, large areas and many hands are gained for other purposes. Of late extensive fields, covering many square kilometers, are being withdrawn from agriculture and populated centers are being razed to the ground, because the new long-range firearms and changed combat tactics require firing ranges and training grounds in which whole divisions are able to maneuver. All this comes to an end, too. The vast field of agriculture, forestry, and irrigation has long since been a subject dealt with in a spate of writings. No branch has been left untouched: forestry, irrigation and drainage, cultivation of cereals, pulses and tubes, fruit, berries, slower and decorative plants, vegetable gardening, the cultivation of fodder crops for stock breeding and of pastures, rational methods for breeding cattle, fish, poultry, and bees, the utilization of fertilizers and manure, the realization and utilization of agricultural and industrial byproducts, chemical soil analysis to establish its suitability for various crops, seed tests, crop rotation, machinery and implements, the rational layout of farm buildings of all sorts, weather conditions, etc. Everything has been made the subject of scientific discussion and investigation. Hardly a day goes by without new discoveries and inventions being made which lead to improvements and refinements in one of the above fields. Since Thayer and J.V. Liebig, soil cultivation has become a science, indeed, one of the leading and most important sciences which has assumed a scope and importance equaled in few fields of material production. But, if we compare this enormous progress in all spheres with the actual state of our agriculture, it must be admitted that up to now only a fraction of the private owners has been able to turn the progress made to any advantage, and that all have their private interests in view without paying any heed to the common weal. The vast majority of our farmers, one might say 99% of them, are not even in a position to use the advantages science and technological advance offered them. They lack the means or the knowledge, or both. Here the future society will find a field of action in which ample theoretical and practical groundwork has already been done. It only has to provide the proper organization in order to attain the most impressive results. For large-scale and small-scale production. The development of electroculture. While the opinion that, owing to the personal diligence of the small producer and the members of his family, small-scale production is able to compete with large-scale production still lingers on in socialist circles, experts have long since taken a different view. Let the peasant through his own and his family's excessive efforts accomplish as much as he wants, yet from the viewpoint of a man of culture his fate is to be pitied. No matter how much he may accomplish through overexertion and self-denial, modern machinery and the science of soil cultivation accomplish more. Notably, the utilization of machinery and science alone is able to make also the peasant a highly cultured man, whereas today he is but a slave of his property and a helot of his creditors. The benefits large-scale production in agriculture offers when all its advantages are put to rational use are immense. First of all, production means a considerable extension of the area available for cultivation, because of the removal of the vast number of roads, footpaths, and boundary lines, which the parcelled holdings of today require. The abolition of these tiny holdings will also save a vast amount of time now wasted. 50 people engaged in large-scale production, even if we disregard the more rational means of labor they use, can easily accomplish very much more than 50 persons engaged in small-scale production. Only in large-scale production can the labor force be grouped and organized in the most rational way. To this should be added the enormous advantages offered by the use of all sorts of machinery and improved equipment, by the industrial utilization of the crop, and by more rational methods for rearing stock and poultry, etc. Particularly great is the advantage obtained from the rise of electric drive in agriculture, which places all other cultivation methods in the shade. P. Mack notes that mechanization yields a saving of over 5,000 horse-days, and that a single investment of a capital of about 40,000 marks will cut the cost of the product by over 12,000 marks or by 48 marks per hectare, this excluding the additional produce obtained as a result of the introduction of subsoil plowing, as also from the more accurate cultivation by machinery. The additional yield of cereals that would be obtained after subsoil plowing is estimated at 20 to 40%, while the yield of root crops would increase also, often by as much as 50%. If the average increment is reckoned at a mere 20%, this would provide an additional income of 55.45 marks per hectare on the given estate, which, together with the already mentioned saving, would bring the total to 103.45 marks per hectare. Assuming that the price of land is 800 marks a hectare, the extra profit amounts to 13.5%. Thus, the aim is to create the necessary power stations to provide energy for agriculture. Then all the machinery in operation could be driven and heat and light produced as well. In addition to illuminating houses, streets, stables, barns, cellars, warehouses and factory buildings, electric installations could, where necessary, also be used to gather in the harvest after dark. Mack has calculated that the universal electrification of agriculture would make it possible to do without 2/3 of the draft animals now used in our agriculture, which would provide a net profit of 1,02,989,000 marks a year. If the expenditure on electric power is deducted from this figure, the saving would amount to about 741,794,000 marks a year. The utilization of electric drive will make agriculture increasingly assume the features of a purely technical, industrial process. The manifold uses of electricity in agricultural production are illustrated in the following comparison. An electric motor can drive machines, which raise the gross yield, a. for the tilling of fields, cleaners for seed corning, grain graders, electric plows, b. for the harvest, mower binders, potato harvesters, irrigation installations. Cost-reducing machinery, a. hoisting equipment, unloading equipment in barns, elevators for the conveyance of grain and straw to stacks and barns, as well as hay up into lofts, sack lifts, pumps for liquid manure, b. transport equipment, trough conveyors and conveyor belts, pneumatic installations for the conveyance of grain, field conveyors, windlasses and winches for lifting heavy loads, c. processing equipment, straw presses, grinding mills, chaff cutters for marketable produce. Machines for agricultural production, a. distillery equipment and equipment for the manufacture of starch, all-purpose water pumps, b. dairy equipment, milk coolers, separators, churns, mixers, presses, etc., c. sawmills, circular and frame saws, d. Cartwright's machinery, band saws, drilling machines, turning lathes, wheel machines. Equipment for preparing livestock fodder, chaff cutters, beet cutters, coarse grinding mills, potato, oat, and other crushers, water pumps. It was found that the hours of manual labor required for the threshing and preparation for dispatch of 1,000 kilograms of grain is as follows. Working hours. 1 if all work is manual 104. 2 if small thrashers with winches and cleaners are used 41.4. 3 if threshers with 20 HP electric motors are used 26.4. 4 if big threshers with electric motors, self-chargers, chaff and waste blowers. Straw presses and elevators driven by a 60 HP motor are used 10.5. Today nothing stands in the way of a general application of the electric plow in agriculture. Electric plows, like electric railways, have already reached a high degree of perfection. The heavy and expensive steam plow is rational only for large areas and for subsoil plowing. It is designed first and foremost to obtain higher yields of root crops. The electric plow, on the other hand, can be used both for deep and shallow plowing and is applicable also in medium-sized farms. It makes possible the cultivation of steep slopes, where it would be difficult to use even a horse-drawn plow. It is highly labor-saving, as can be seen from the comparison of plowing costs for electric, horse-drawn, ox-drawn and steam plows. Cost per morgen of medium-depth plowing. 4681114. Horses 2.50 3.00 4.20 7.70 13.30. Steam plow. From 6.00 6.70 7.60 9.15 10.70. To 7.50 8.40 9.35 11.00 12.55. Steam plow. From 4.50 5.00 5.85 7.30 8.85. To 6.00 6.70 7.60 9.15 10.70. Electric plow, 40 HP 2.70 3.55 4.60 6.25 7.95. Electric plow, 60 HP 2.65 3.40 4.30 5.70 7.10. Electric plow, 80 HP 2.50 3.15 3.90 5.20 6.50. The facility with which electric power is transmitted and distributed, and the extremely simple servicing and maintenance of electric machines are decisive advantages for agriculture, since extensive areas can now be supplied with power through thin wires. And since there must be a network of power stations, a planned electric network, the electric drive in agriculture can very easily be combined with electroculture, with the direct influence of electricity on plant growth. In recent years plant physiologists, and together with them agricultural experts, have worked most diligently to discover the effect of electricity on the growth and fertility of the most important crops, and especially on our cereals. This problem was solved by Professor K.S. Lemstrom, who died in 1906. He stretched an electric net over relatively large areas of arable land, in most of which he induced a positive charge by means of induction machines, earthing the negative pole in the soil. During the whole vegetation period, or part of it, a weak current was fed to the experimental field, while a control field in the same area was left free of all influence. All these experiments oracle in the most diverse latitudes showed, first, that with proper care yields increased by 30 to 100%, secondly, that the crops matured in a shorter period and, finally, that there was a considerable improvement in quality. This method, however, contained a number of practical shortcomings, which Newman, an English farmer, succeeded in eliminating. He was able to interest Oliver Lodge, the famed English physicist, in the Lemstrom method. According to a recent report by Lodge, who substituted a specially designed mercury rectifier for the induction machine used previously, Experiments have been conducted from 1906 to 1908 on an area of 10 hectares. They have proved that the electric net can be fixed at a height of 5 meters above the ground without impeding the favorable influence on the yield, a height at which fully loaded carts can conveniently pass beneath it, and in general all agricultural work, such as the cultivation of root crops, can be carried out without any interference, whereas, according to Lemstrom, the network had to be no more than 40 centimeters above the plants it was to influence. Various millers made comparative experiments in baking and have found that the flour from electrified wheat is much better than that from non-electrified wheat. It follows that the time is now ripe for the adoption of this new method in agriculture and gardening. Fowler's steam plow, with 2 compound locomotives, requires for its rational exploitation an area of 5,000 hectares, which exceeds the total arable area of most peasant communities. It has been estimated that if, for example, all land under cultivation in 1895 had been worked with a wide range of machinery, and all the other achievements had been applied, this would have resulted in a saving of 1,600 million marks. According to Roland, a successful fight against all corn blights alone would be sufficient to make Germany's present grain imports unnecessary. In his pamphlet Weeds in Our Fields and Pasture Land, Dr. Sonnenberg of Worms reports that, according to an official inquiry in Bavaria, Bavarian agriculture loses 30% of the harvest every year, because its fields are choked with weeds. Comparing 2 areas of 4 square meters each, one overgrown with weeds, the other free of them, Nowitzki noted the following results. Stalks grain steo yield. On the weedy area 216 180 239 gm. On the weeded area 423 528 1077. Dr. von Rumker, professor at the Agriculture Institute of Breslau University, points out that statistics prove that scrupulous fertilization is to all intents and purposes not practiced in Germany's agriculture at all. Sowing and tilling are often carried out quite haphazardly, thoughtlessly, and with such imperfect and unsuitable implements that the yield of the effort and work remains negligible. German farmers do not even carry out the simple task of sorting seeds. Professor von Rumker shows in the table below the extent to which seed sorting could raise the yield per hectare. Wheat yielded grown from unsorted seed, per ha in kg. Grown from sorted seed, per ha in kg. Increment from sorted seed in kg. Total harvest 8,000 10,800 plus 2,800. Grain 1,688 2,885 plus 1,217. Straw and chaff 6,332 7,915 plus 1,583. Total weight of harvest in hectoliters 77.2 78.7 plus 1.5. The increment gained through sorting, therefore, comprises, according to this table, 1,200 kilograms of grain per hectare, which, valued at 15 marks per double centner, represents in terms of value 180 marks. If the cost of sorting is computed at a maximum of 4.40 marks, the net gain on grain alone will amount to 175.60 marks per hectare, not counting the gain from straw and chaff. Comparing the results of his extensive cultivation experiments, Rumker further established that by choosing the most fertile varieties for every locality a higher average harvest could be obtained and gross incomes be increased as follows. Rye 300 to 700 Hg. Of grain ore by 42-08 marks per Ha. Wheat 300 to 800 Hg. Of grain ore by 45 to 120 marks per Ha. Barley 200 to 700 Hg. Of grain ore by 34 to 119 marks per Ha. Oats 200 to 1200 Hg. Of grain ore by 26 to 156 marks per Ha. If we take the increment obtained through the seed sorting and the correct choice of wheat varieties, the yield in wheat production alone will be raised by 1,500 to 2,000 kilograms. of grain or by 220 to 295 marks per hectare. A work entitled The Future of German Agriculture proves what enormous increments in yield could be obtained for all agricultural products if ample and proper fertilization, the introduction of mineral fertilizer superphosphate, and Thomas slag, kyanite and phosphoric acid should make the soil more fertile. The fields in Germany sown to wheat and rye could then well yield an average of 36 and 24 double centners per hectare respectively. Also a large part of the land now sown to rye could, with better fertilization and cultivation methods, be used for wheat production, so that the average yield of agricultural land sown to grain 2/5 wheat and 3/5 rye could amount to 28.8 double centners per hectare. After the deduction of seed and inferior grain from this yield, 26 double centners would be left for public consumption. The 7.9 million hectares now being sown to grain crops could be extended by about 1.5 million hectares of pastures, fallow land and wasteland heath and moors, so that at an average yield of 26 double centners per hectare from a sown area of 9.4 million hectares, 251.92 million double centners of grain crops could be harvested. At a yearly per capita consumption of 175 kilograms, enough grain crops for 144 million people could be produced. The 1900 census showed that Germany had a population of about 56,345,000, which means that already with the level of development attained by technology and science by that time, German soil could have supplied with grain a number of people 2.5 times as large as Germany's population. With the present methods used to run the scattered private holdings, Germany is compelled to import on an average a ninth of its total grain requirements. These results can be obtained only under communist production at the highest stage of development, but the above authors naturally give no thought to this. According to one of their calculations, the increment German agriculture would derive from intensive cultivation would be as follows. Grain 145.1 mln. Double centners. Potatoes 444.0 mln. Double centners. Oats, barley, peas, and beans 78.7 mln. Double centners. Meadow hay 146.2 mln. Double centners. Hay and fodder 110.0 mln. Double centners. Turnips 226.0 mln. Double centners. If we take into account that, according to Max above recommendations, the introduction of electric drive would also save a very large number of draft animals, this means that the number of slaughter cattle could be raised considerably and the land needed for them could be used to sow more crops for people. Another field of agricultural activity that could be carried on a very different scale is poultry raising and egg production. Every year Germany imports eggs to the value of about 149.7 million marks and live poultry to the value of over 40 million marks. Breeding and farming in these different fields of agriculture are still extremely backward. In future, the concentration of stables, of all types of warehouses, cellars, forage and feeding installations, dung pits, etc., linked with the concentration of production, will not only save time, effort, and materials but also impart advantages accruing from rational utilization, which small and medium farms never enjoy today, and large ones only in rare cases. How insufficient are, for example, hygiene installations in the vast majority of stables, how imperfect the fodder installations and the facilities for the care of cattle and poultry. That cleanliness, light, and air are needed by animals as much as they are by people, and that they have a favorable effect on their state of health is a fact rarely appreciated by the 20th century farmer. It is self-evident that the production of milk, butter, cheese, eggs, honey and meat will be carried on in much more rational, hygienic, and profitable conditions. The setting up of large covered premises, drying houses, etc., will make it possible to gather in crops in any weather conditions, and quick harvesting will obviate the enormous losses now so frequently sustained. According to Goltz, during a single harvest in adverse weather, from 8 to 9 million marks worth of crops are ruined in Mecklenburg, and from 12 to 15 million marks worth in the Königsberg area. 5. Future viniculture. The cultivation of fruit and berries and gardening will in future also reach a level of development previously inconceivable. How much we still sin against fruit cultivation can be seen from the had state of our orchards in most parts of Germany, and even in lands famed for their fruit growing like Württemberg. Through the application of artificial heat and moisture in large, covered premises, the large-scale cultivation of vegetables, fruit, and berries will be possible in all seasons. The flower shops of our big towns display in midwinter a variety of flowers that vies with that they stock in the summer. One of the most brilliant advances made in forced fruit cultivation is exemplified by the hothouse viniculture practiced by garden director Haupt in Brieg, Silesia, who has found many imitators and has himself had precursors in other countries, for example in England. The arrangement and the results obtained in that vineyard were so fascinatingly described in the Vossische-Zeitung of September 27, 1890 that we have decided to give a few excerpts here. The paper wrote, "The glass house 4.5 to 5 meters high occupies an area of approximately 500 square meters, that is, 1/5 of a morgen, and its walls face directly north, south, east and west. 12 rows of double espaliers run from south to north, spaced 1.8 meters apart from each other, which simultaneously serve as supports for the flat inclined roof. In a bed 1.25 meters deep, on top of a bank of earth 25 centimeters thick, which contains a drainage system with vertical pipes to ventilate the soil, a bank whose very heavy beds are made loose, porous, and fertile through the addition of chalk, crumbled masonry, sand, rotted manure, bone meal and potash. Herr Haupt has planted on the espaliers 360 grapevines of the variety that yields the finest grape juice in the Rheinigo, that is, white and red Riesling, Treman, white and blue Muscatel, and Burgundy. In addition to openings in the side walls, ventilation of the premises is effected by 20-meter vents in the roof, which can be opened and closed and held in place in any weather conditions by means of a metal lever complete with spindle and winch. The vines are watered by 26 sprinklers fastened to 1.25-meter rubber hoses suspended from an overhead water main. Herr Haupt introduced at the same time a truly ingenious contrivance for the quick and thorough watering of his wine hall and his vineyard, namely, an artificial rain device. High up, under the roof, are 4 long copper pipes containing small perforations at intervals of half a meter. The fine streams of water that spurt upwards through these perforations strike small round sieves made of window gauze and pass through them to form line sprays. A thorough sprinkling by means of the rubber hoses always requires several hours, while a mere turn of a tap is all that is needed for a soft refreshing rain to trickle evenly on the vines, the soil, and the granite paved paths. The temperature can be raised to 8-10 degrees R above the outside air without any artificial heating, simply through the natural qualities of the glass house. In order to protect the vines from their most destructive and dangerous enemy, the vine louse, should it ever appear, it is enough to close the drain pipes and to open all the taps of the water main. The resulting hooding of the vines is too much for the enemy. The glass roof and walls protect the hothouse vines from storm, cold, frosts, excessive rain, a fine wire netting above them from eventual hail, and the artificial rain device from drought. The vine dresser of such a vineyard is his own weather maker, and he can laugh at all the dangers from the incalculable whims and pranks of callous, cruel nature, which always threatens to destroy the fruit of the wine grower's efforts and toil. What Herr Haupt expected happened. The vines thrived splendidly in the constant warm climate. The grapes ripened fully, and in the autumn of 1885 they yielded a juice that was in no way inferior to the grapes generally grown in the Rheinigo, as regards its high sugar and low acid content. The grapes thrived equally well the next year, and also during the bad year of 1887. On these premises, when the vines have reached their full height of 5 meters and carry plentiful clusters of swollen grapes right up to their very top, it will be possible to produce 20 hectoliters of wine annually, and the cost per bottle of this noble wine will not exceed 40 pfennigs. There is nothing to prevent this new viniculture, promising high and steady returns, being conducted on a large scale like any other industry. Glass houses of the nature of this one of 1/5 morgan could undoubtedly be built to cover areas of 1 morgan and be provided with the same facilities for ventilation, irrigation, drainage, and rainmaking, in which vegetation would also start several weeks sooner than in the open, and the grapes would be protected from May frosts, rain, and cold during blossom time, from droughts while they grow, from pilfering birds and grape thieves, and from moisture while they ripen, from the vine louse throughout the year, and the grapes could safely be left hanging on the vines until November and December. In his report, which was delivered in 1888 to members of the Society for the Promotion of Horticulture, who visited him, and from which I have borrowed much of the technical details in this description of the Haupt vineyard, the inventor and founder of this undertaking by way of conclusion outlined the following highly attractive prospects for the future, since this kind of viniculture could be carried on all over Germany, and in particular on otherwise unfertile, sandy, and stony soil, which can be used for cultivation and watered. The great significance viniculture under glass represents for agriculture is evident. I should like to designate it as the viniculture of the future. The author then goes on to say that the wine made from these grapes has received the highest praise from experts, and adds that the vineyard affords sufficient space for the simultaneous cultivation of other profitable plants between the vines or next to them. Between every 2 vines Herr Haupt grows 1 rose bush, which blossoms at its best in April and May, and on the espaliers along the east and west walls of his greenhouse he grows peaches. The beauty of their blossom in April must lend a fairy tale charm to the interior of this vine palace made of glass. Much attention has been given to this kind of fruit growing particularly in Belgium. But in Germany this method of cultivation is also to be found on quite a large scale, for example, for growing pineapples. There is nothing to prevent the setting up of similar establishments on a much wider scale for the most diverse cultures, so that we could enjoy the luxury of 2 or 3 harvests a year for many products. Today such undertakings are first and foremost a question of profitability, and their products are available only for the privileged members of society, who are able to pay for them. A socialist society knows no other criterion than the availability of labor, and if this is in sufficient supply, the work is carried out to the advantage of all. 6 measures against soil exhaustion. We thus see that even under present conditions the way is being paved for a complete revolution in the matter of human nourishment. The utilization of these discoveries is extremely slow because it is very much in the interests of the powerful classes, the landowners and their social and political props, to prevent this process gaining ground. True, every Sunday in spring prayers are said in all churches for a good harvest, but if the harvest in all countries is a good one, prices drop sharply and this dismays the landowner. What is a boon to others is detrimental to his interests, and he is therefore a secret enemy of every invention or discovery which is of advantage not to him alone but also to others. Our society is in every respect a house divided against itself. To maintain the land in a state of fertility and increase that fertility is primarily a question of adequate fertilizers. The production of these is one of the most important tasks facing the new society as well. Manure is for the soil what food is for people, and, what is more, just as every kind of food is not equally nourishing for man, every manure is not equally suitable for the soil. The land must be feel back exactly the same chemical ingredients it loses through the growing of a harvest, and it must receive a greater quantity of chemical substances preferably needed for the growth of the specific genus of plants. The study of chemistry and its practical application will therefore assume a scope unimaginable today. Animal and human excrement contains chemical ingredients suitable for the reproduction of human food. Hence efforts should be made to see that it is properly collected and then distributed rationally. This is at present being greatly sinned against, especially in towns and industrial centers, which receive foodstuffs en masse, but return only a minimum of their waste and excrement to the soil. This means that estates located at considerable distances from towns and industrial centers suffer greatly from a lack of manure, for often the manure of human and animal origin available at the estate does not suffice because the people and animals there consume only part of the yield, and thus a system of soil vandalism is practiced that impoverishes the soil and impairs the harvest, unless the importation of artificial fertilizers compensates for the lack of natural ones. All countries which export agricultural products and do not import manure will sooner or later head for ruin through the impoverishment of the soil, as is the case with Hungary, Russia, the Danube Principalities, etc. In the middle of the past century, Liebig advanced his theory of artificial substitutes for humus, and this led to the introduction of fertilizer concentrates. Schultz-Lupitz proved that, although some plants do not receive nitrogenous fertilizers, they nevertheless enrich the soil with nitrogen, a phenomenon solved and explained by Hellriegel. He proved that myriads of bacteria, in symbiosis with certain pulses, supply to plants directly from the atmosphere the nitrogen necessary for their growth. While agrochemistry since Liebig's discoveries constitutes one side of scientific agriculture, agrobacteriology constitutes the other. In addition, Germany has at her disposal potash and kyanite deposits, Thomas slag, superphosphate and phosphoric acid, which provide inexhaustible sources for the production of artificial fertilizers, whose correct utilization combined with rational cultivation methods make possible the production of enormous quantities of food. An idea of the importance of these various artificial fertilizers can be gained from the fact that in 1906 Germany consumed an equivalent of 300 million marks worth, including 58.3 million marks worth of sulfate of ammonia, and 120 million marks worth of Chile saltpetre, while the rest was spent on Thomas slag and superphosphate, salts of potash, guano, and others. Of these, nitrogenous fertilizer is the most important. Its enormous effect can be seen from the following. Wagner has shown that in comparison with yields after full fertilization, the oat harvest in Hessen dropped by 17% when phosphoric acid was deficient, by 19% when there was a potash deficiency, but by 89% when there was a lack of adequate nitrogen. On the basis of all these experiments, it was established that from 1 hectare the following yearly yield is obtained: after full fertilization 96 marks, after fertilization without adequate potash 62 marks, after fertilization without adequate phosphoric acid 48 marks, with a nitrogen deficiency 5 marks. It has been computed that if Germany were to use double the present quantity of nitrogenous fertilizers, she would not only be able to satisfy all her grain and potato requirements but would also have a considerable amount left over for export. And the main sources of these valuable fertilizers, Chile saltpeter deposits, as also the guano deposits, are being quickly exhausted, while the demand for nitrogenous compounds is constantly growing in Germany, France, and England, and in the past 10 years in the USA as well. The English chemist William Crookes brought up this question as far back as 1899, and referred to it as a matter of much greater importance than the possibility of an imminent exhaustion of the British coal mines. He, therefore, considered the solution of the problem of manufacturing nitrogenous fertilizers from the enormous nitrogen reserves in the atmosphere to be the main task of chemistry. One need but consider that the amount of air above each square centimeter of soil weighs about a kilogram, and that 4/5 of it are nitrogen, whence it is easily computed that the nitrogen content of the Earth's atmosphere weighs about 4,000 million tons. Compare this with the present annual consumption of saltpetre, which corresponds to about 300,000 tons of nitrogen. If nitrogen were not compensated at all, the reserves in the atmosphere would suffice for the production by chemical compounding of nitrogenous fertilizers to cover the world's present saltpetre requirements for more than 14,000 million years. This problem has already been solved. As far back as 1899, A. Frank and N. Caro obtained calcium cyanamide by means of the reaction of atmospheric nitrogen with calcium carbide at high temperatures. The product in an unrefined state contained from 14 to 22% of nitrogen. The new fertilizer has been placed on the market under the name of lime nitrogen. But this is not the only way to obtain nitrogen. The Norwegian C. Birk Eland and Essed succeeded in 1903 in converting atmospheric nitrogen directly into nitric acid by burning it electrically. This method gives a product that is in no respect inferior to Chile saltpetre, and for some soils even superior to the latter. Of late it has appeared on the German Fertilizer market under the name of Norge-Salpeter. In 1905, Otto Sconier succeeded in discovering a method which is technically superior even to that of Birkelandied. In addition to electric power, only the cheapest materials are required: water and limestone. Conversely, the manufacture of lime nitrogen requires coal as well, and the necessary nitrogen cannot be applied in the form of air but must first be separated from it. Thus, a new fertilizer has been introduced in agriculture that is produced by a purely technical industrial process, and is available in inexhaustible quantities. According to A. Muller, a healthy adult secretes on an average 48.5 kilograms of solid and 438 kilograms of liquid excrement a year. Estimated in accordance with current fertilizer prices and provided there is no drop in value due to evaporation, etc., this excrement has a money value of about 5.15 marks. The main obstacle in the way of maximum utilization of this excrement is the lack of suitable and adequate collecting depots, and the high transportation costs. A large portion of excrement in towns is thrown into our rivers and streams, and pollutes them. The refuse from kitchens, small workshops, and factories, which could be used as manure, is also usually wasted most frivolously. The future society will find ways and means to put a stop to this waste. It will find it easier to resolve this problem, largely for the reason that big towns will gradually cease to exist and the population will decentralize. 7. Abolition of the antithesis between town and country. No one can consider the present growth of our big cities a healthy phenomenon. The obtaining industrial and economic system constantly draws large masses of the population to the big towns. They are the main seat of industry and trade, it is in them that communications converge, that the owners of great wealth have their headquarters, and that central authorities, military staffs, and high courts are to be found. It is in them that large educational institutions, academies of art, places of entertainment, exhibitions, museums, theaters, concert halls, etc., are concentrated. Thousands are drawn there by their professions, thousands by the promise of pleasure, and many more thousands by the hope of easier earnings and a more pleasant life. But, figuratively speaking, this growth of big towns resembles that of a person whose waistline steadily grows while his legs grow thinner and are finally no longer able to carry the burden. All the villages, in the direct vicinity of these cities, as the proletariat starts to concentrate in them, also come to resemble towns. These communities, for the most part short of funds, are obliged to introduce the highest possible taxation, but are still unable to satisfy the demands made on them. When the gap between them and the big towns finally closes, they collide as does a planet that moves too near the sun. This does not improve the living conditions in either the one or the other. They grow worse as a result of the further crowding of already inadequate housing. These accumulations of large masses of people, an inescapable feature of modern development, constitute, to a certain extent, revolutionary centers, but they will have fulfilled their mission once the new society has been established. Their gradual dissolution then becomes necessary, the current will then run the other way. The population of the big cities will migrate to the country, form new communities there, adapted to the changed conditions, and will combine industrial with agricultural activity. This migration will begin as soon as urban populations, due to the advance of means of communications, production establishments, etc., are in a position to transfer to the country all their habitual benefits of civilization, to set up their educational establishments, museums, theaters, concert halls, public facilities, etc., there. People will enjoy all the advantages of city life but will be spared its disadvantages. The whole population will live in much healthier and more pleasant surroundings. The rural population will participate in industry, the industrial population in agriculture and gardening, a variety in occupation at present only enjoyed by a few, and then in the main only at the cost of an excessive outlay of time and effort. As in all other domains in this field, too, the bourgeois world is anticipating this development by transferring each year an increasing number of industrial establishments to rural areas. The unfavorable living conditions in big towns, high rents, higher wages force many owners to undertake such transfers. On the other hand, the big landowners are increasingly becoming industrialists, sugar manufacturers, distillers, brewers, cement, pottery, brick, woodwork, and paper producers. Even today tens of thousands live in the suburbs of big towns, when the transport facilities make such a way of life possible. Decentralization will also abolish the existing antithesis between the rural and the urban population. The peasant, this helot of modern times, who until now has been cut off from all higher cultural development owing to his isolation, will become a free individual because he will then be a highly cultured man. The wish Count Bismarck once expressed, that he might see the big towns destroyed, will be fulfilled, only in a sense other than he expected. 3. Withering away of the state. A perusal of the preceding chapters shows that with the abolition of private ownership of the means of production and their conversion into social property, the mass evils which bourgeois society reveals at every turn and which are becoming ever more intolerable will gradually disappear. Domination by one class comes to an end, and society carries on all its activities according to a plan it itself draws up, it directs and controls itself. Just as the abolition of wage labor rules out exploitation of man by man, the same thing will happen with swindling and cheating, the adulteration of food, stock exchange speculation, etc. The halls of the temples of Mammon will stand vacant, for government securities, shares, promissory notes, pawn tickets, etc., will have become waste paper. Schiller's words, "Let all old scores be wiped off, let the whole world be reconciled," will have become reality, and the biblical saying, "In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread," will now apply also to the knights of the stock exchange and the drones of capitalism. The work they will have to perform as equal members of society will not oppress them and will substantially improve their physical well-being. The responsibility for property, which, according to the pathetic assurances of our employers and capitalists, is often harder to bear than the insecure and needy lot of the worker, will be taken from them forever. Stock exchange jobbers will be spared the excitement of speculation which causes so many heart disorders and strokes and renders them nervous wrecks. Freedom from worry will be their lot and that of their progeny, and they will feel all the better for it. With the abolition of private property and class contradictions, the state gradually withers away. Whilst the capitalist mode of production more and more completely transforms the great majority of the population into proletarians, it creates the power which, under penalty of its own destruction, is forced to accomplish this revolution. Whilst it forces on more and more the transformation of the vast means of production, already socialized, into state property, it shows itself the way to accomplishing this revolution. The state was the official representative of society as a whole, the gathering of it together into a visible embodiment. But it was this only in so far as it was the state of that class which itself represented, for the time being, society as a whole. In ancient times, the state of slave-owning citizens; in the Middle Ages, the feudal lords; in our own time, the bourgeoisie. When at last it becomes the real representative of the whole of society, it renders itself unnecessary. As soon as there is no longer any social class to be held in subjection, as soon as class rule, and the individual struggle for existence based upon our present anarchy in production, with the collisions and excesses arising from these, are removed, nothing more remains to be repressed, and a special repressive force, a state, is no longer necessary. The first act by virtue of which the state really constitutes itself the representative of the whole of society, the taking possession of the means of production in the name of society, this is, at the same time, its last independent act as a state. State interference in social relations becomes, in one domain after another, superfluous, and then withers away of itself. The government of persons is replaced by the administration of things, and by the conduct of processes of production. The state is not abolished. It withers away. Along with the state disappear its representatives, ministers, parliaments, regular armies, police and gendarmes, courts, lawyers and public prosecutors, prison wardens, tax and customs authorities, in a word the whole political apparatus. Barracks and other military buildings, court and administrative premises, prisons, etc., will be turned to better use. Tens of thousands of laws, decrees and regulations will have become waste paper, and will possess only historical value. The great and yet so trivial parliamentary battles in which people with the gift of the gab imagine that by their speeches they rule and guide the world will disappear. They will make place for administrative collegiums and delegations, which will engage in organizing production and distribution to ensure maximum efficiency, in establishing the volume of supplies needed, in introducing and applying rational innovations in art, public education, the communication system, the production process, in industry and agriculture, etc. These are all practical, visible, and tangible matters, which everyone approaches objectively, because he has no personal interests opposed to society. None is motivated by any other interest but that of the community, which consists in arranging and producing everything in the most rational and most advantageous way. The hundreds of thousands of former representatives of the state now take up the most diverse professions and devote their intelligence and efforts to multiplying the wealth and comforts of society. In future there will be neither political crimes and offenses nor crimes against common law. Thieves will have disappeared, because private property has disappeared, and in the new society everyone will be able easily to satisfy his requirements by work. There will be no tramps and vagabonds, too. They are the product of a society based on private property and disappear together with it. Murder. Why? No one can enrich himself at the expense of another, and murder out of hatred and revenge is directly or indirectly linked with the state of society. Perjury, forgery, imposture, usurpation of inheritance, fraudulent bankruptcies. The private property in relation to and against which these crimes could be committed simply does not exist. Arson. Who will seek joy or satisfaction in it when society takes from him all scope for hate? Counterfeiting. Why, money is but an illusion, love's labor would be lost. Sacrilege. Nonsense, it will be left for the Almighty and all-bountiful Lord to punish who should offend him, provided controversies about the existence of God continue. Thus, all the cornerstones of the present order will become myths. Parents will describe them to their children like something out of the fairy tales of long ago. Tales of the witch hunts and persecutions to which the adherents of the new ideas were once subjected will have the same ring for them that stories of the burning of heretics and witches have for us today. The names of all the great men who distinguished themselves by persecuting those who spread new ideas, and were applauded for it by their narrow-minded contemporaries, will have been forgotten, and may at the most be chanced upon by a historian perusing old documents. Unfortunately, we do not yet live in the happy times when mankind is able to breathe freely. 4. The future of religion. As with the state, with religion, it will not be abolished. God will not be dethroned, religion will not be torn out of the hearts of people, nor will any other of the foolish accusations against social democrats with atheistic leanings materialize. Such absurdities the social democrats leave to the bourgeois ideologists, who in the French Revolution resorted to such methods and, naturally, met with a pathetic fiasco. Religious organizations and with them the churches will gradually disappear without any violent assault or any suppression of beliefs. Religion is the transcendental reflection of prevailing social conditions. In the measure that human development progresses, and society is transformed, religion is transformed along with it. To use Marx's phrase, religion is the striving after an illusory happiness for the people that stems from the social condition, necessitating such our illusion, and it disappears as soon as the masses understand what genuine happiness is and see the possibility of its realization. The ruling classes endeavor, in their own interests, to obstruct this understanding and, therefore, seek to preserve religion as a means of upholding their domination, which is most clearly expressed in the well-known statement, religion must be preserved for the people. In a society based on class domination this becomes an important official function. A caste forms which assumes this function and devotes all its ingenuity to preserving and enlarging this edifice, since it thereby enhances its own power and prestige. Fetishism at the lowest stage of civilization, in primitive social conditions, gives way to polytheism at a higher stage of development, and monotheism at a still higher stage. It is not the gods that create men, it is men who make the gods or God for themselves. In his own image he created him, not the other way round. Monotheism, too, has already dissolved in an all-embracing, all-permeating pantheism and continues to fade away. The natural sciences have reduced the dogma of the creation of the earth in 6 days to a myth, astronomy and mathematics have made heaven into a mere structure of air, and the stars in the firmament, on which the angels are enthroned, into planets and fixed stars, the nature of which excludes all angel life. The ruling class, finding that its existence is threatened, clings to religion as the prop of all authority, just as every ruling class in the past has done. The bourgeoisie itself does not believe in anything, in the whole course of its development, by means of modern science to which it itself gave birth, the bourgeoisie has been destroying faith in religion and all authority. Its faith is only a pretense, and the Church accepts the aid of this false friend because it is in need of it. Religion is necessary for the people. No such considerations move the new society. Constant human progress and unadulterated science are its motto. If someone should still have religious requirements, let him satisfy them in the company of like-minded people. Society does not concern itself with the matter. The priest, too, must work in order to live, and since he learns in doing so, the day will come when he too realizes that the highest aim in life is to be a man. Ethics and morality exist also without religion, the opposite can be asserted only by the simple-minded or hypocrites. Ethics and morality are the expression for concepts which govern both relations between men and their actions. Religion embraces the relations of men with supernatural beings. As religion, so concepts of morality stem from the prevailing social conditions in which men live. Cannibals regard man-eating as highly moral, the Greeks and Romans considered slavery moral, the feudal lord of the Middle Ages considered serfdom moral, and today to the modern capitalist wage-labor relations, the exploitation of women and the demoralization of children by industrial labor all appear moral. 4 stages of society and 4 concepts of morality, and yet the highest moral sense prevails in none. The highest moral condition is when men stand to one another as free and equal beings, that in which the principle as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them likewise rules all human relations. In the Middle Ages it was man's genealogical tree that determined everything, now it is his property, in future man will be respected because he is man. And the future belongs to socialism. V. The socialist education system. In the 70s, Dr. Lasker, the late Reichstag deputy, delivered an address in Berlin, in which he arrived at the conclusion that an equal level of education for all members of society was possible. Dr. Lasker, however, was an anti-socialist, a rigid upholder of private property and capitalism. Today the question of education is first and foremost a question of money. Under these circumstances an equal level of education for all is impossible. Individuals, living in relatively favorable circumstances, can, by overcoming many difficulties and exerting great energy, which not many possess, succeed in acquiring a higher education. The masses will never be able to do so as long as they live in a state of dependence and in conditions of social oppression. In the new society the conditions of life are equal for all. Men's needs and inclinations differ, and these differences, being rooted in man's very nature, will continue to exist, but every individual can develop in keeping with the conditions of life that are identical for all. Like so much else, the uniform equality imputed to socialism is nonsense. Even if socialism were to strive for it, it would be unreasonable, for it would conflict with the nature of man and would have to abandon the idea of seeing society develop according to its principles. Yes, even if socialism should succeed in taking society unaware and forcing on it such unnatural conditions, within a very short time these new conditions, felt to be shackles, would be broken and cast off, and socialism would be doomed forever. Society develops according to its immanent laws, and acts accordingly. The proper education of the rising generation must be one of the principal tasks of the new society. Every newly born is a welcome addition to society, for society sees in him the prospect of its continuation and its own further development and, therefore, also feels the duty to defend the new human being to the best of its ability. Hence, the prime object of its care is she who gives birth, the mother. Comfortable housing, pleasant surroundings, all sorts of provisions necessary to the stage of motherhood, careful nursing for her and the child, are the first requirement. It is self-evident that mothers should breastfeed their babies for as long as is possible and necessary. Molschott, Sonderegger, all hygienists and doctors agree that nothing can fully substitute mother's milk. Those who, like Eugen Richter, are indignant at the idea of every young mother coming to a lying-in establishment, where she will have everything that today is accessible only for the very wealthiest, and even they cannot furnish what specially appointed institutions could, should be reminded that at present at least 4/5 of the human race are born in the most primitive conditions, which are a disgrace to our civilization. And from among the remaining fifth of our mothers again only a minority can enjoy some of the care and comfort that should be enjoyed by a woman in that condition. Indeed, in cities with excellent provisions for maternity care, there are today a good number of women who, as soon as they feel their time approaching, go to such institutions and await their confinement there. But the fees at such institutions are very high, and there are only few women who can afford them, while still others are held back by prejudice. Thus, here again we have an example of how in everything bourgeois society carries in its womb the seeds of the institutions of the future. Motherhood for most women of the upper classes acquires a unique flavor owing to the fact that they transfer their maternal duties at the soonest possible moment to a proletarian wet nurse. It is well known that Wendische Lusatia is the region from which the women of the Berlin bourgeoisie, who themselves are unwilling or unable to nurse their babies, draw their wet nurses. The raising of wet nurses, which consists in the girls of the district allowing themselves to become pregnant in order to be able after the birth of their children to hire themselves out as professional wet nurses to well-to-do Berlin families, is practiced there on a professional basis. Girls who have given birth to 3 or 4 children out of wedlock in order to be able to hire themselves out as wet nurses are no rarity there, and their eligibility as brides for the young men of the Spreewald depends on the size of their earnings in this business. From the viewpoint of bourgeois morality this is reprehensible behavior, but from the viewpoint of the family interests of the bourgeoisie it is considered commendable and desirable. As soon as the child grows up, it begins to play with other children of its age, under common supervision. All that can be done for his mental and physical development given his particular intellect and requirements, is provided. Who has watched children knows that they are best brought up in the company of their equals, because sociability and the instinct to imitate are strongly developed in them. Small children are particularly inclined to take the example of older ones and follow them rather than their parents. These qualities can be turned to advantage in education. Playgrounds and kindergartens are followed by an introduction through play to the rudiments of knowledge and various manual occupations. Then comes moderate mental and physical work, combined with gymnastic exercises and free movement on the play and sports ground, on the skating rink and in the swimming pool. Drill marches, wrestling and exercise for both sexes follow and supplement one another. The aim is to raise a healthy, hardy, physically and mentally well-developed generation. Various practical activities, gardening, agriculture, industry, the technology of production are introduced step by step. Mental development in diverse fields of knowledge is not neglected. The hygiene measures and improvements in the education system will be similar to those carried out in the sphere of production. A mass of obsolete and superfluous methods and subjects hampering mental and physical development will be dropped. The knowledge of natural phenomena, adapted to fit children's mental capacities, will do more to spur on the desire for knowledge than a system of education in which one subject is incompatible with another and undermines its influence, as is the case, for instance, when, on the one hand, religion is taught on the basis of the Bible, and, on the other, the natural sciences and natural history. The equipment of schoolrooms and educational establishments and the teaching aids will all be in keeping with the high cultural level of the new society. Study equipment and materials, clothing, and maintenance will be provided by society, and no pupil is at a disadvantage with respect to another. This is another issue which arouses the indignation of our bourgeois champions of law and order. Our opponents cry out that schools are to be turned into barracks and parents deprived of all influence over their children. All that is out of the question. Since parents in the future society will have infinitely more leisure than most have today, we need but recall the 10-hour and longer working day of most workers, of the post, railway, jail wardens, and police officers, and the demands made upon the time of the handicraftsmen, small farmers, tradesmen, the military, many doctors, etc. It follows that they will be able to devote themselves to their children to an extent impossible today. Moreover, the parents themselves will have the regulation of the education system in their hands, for it is they who will determine the measures and arrangements that shall be adopted and introduced. We shall then live in a genuinely democratic society. The education committees, then functioning, will be made up of parents of both sexes and professional educationalists. Does anyone imagine that they will act against their sentiments and interests? That happens in present-day society, where the state implements its interests in the educational field against the wish of most parents. Our opponents make it appear that it is one of the greatest pleasures of parents to have their children about them all day long in order to educate them. In actual practice, just the opposite is true. The difficulties and effort involved in the education of a child can best be judged by those parents who themselves are or have been in such a situation. To be sure, when there are several children in a family, this facilitates education, but it also involves so much work and effort that the mother, who bears the main brunt of this task, is glad when the children reach school age and the house is rid of them for part of the day. Also, most parents are able to give their children only a very imperfect education. The vast majority do not have the necessary time. The fathers have their business to attend to, the mothers their housework, if they do not have to go out to earn themselves. But even if they have the time for education, in innumerable cases they lack the ability. How many parents are able to follow their children's course of instruction at school and to give them a helping hand? Very few. The mother, who in most such cases has more time, seldom has the ability, having herself received insufficient training for it. All teaching methods and syllabuses change so frequently that parents find them unfamiliar. Also, the home conditions for the vast majority of children are so poor that they have neither the comfort and order nor the quiet necessary for them to do their homework, nor do they find the necessary encouragement. Often even the minimum essentials are necessary encouragement. The home is too small and overcrowded, everybody is moving about in this confined space, the furniture is insufficient and ill-adapted to the needs of the child who wants to work. Not infrequently light, air, and heat are inadequate, the materials for study and work, if there are any available at all, are of the worst quality, frequently hunger is gnawing at the stomach of the child as well, making it impossible for him to concentrate on or take any pleasure in his work. Besides, many hundreds of thousands of children are sent out to work in domestic service or industry, which mars their youth and prevents them from coping with their very limited schoolwork. Also, children often have to overcome the opposition of narrow-minded parents when they try to spend time on their schoolwork or play. In short, the obstacles are so numerous that it is surprising young people are as well educated as they are. This is proof of the healthy essence of human nature and of its inherent striving for progress and perfection. Bourgeois society admits some of these evils and endeavors to facilitate the education of the young by introducing free education and sometimes supplying the necessary books and equipment free of charge, two things, which as late as the mid-80s the then Minister of Education of Saxony, opposing the Socialist Landtag deputies, described as social democratic demands. In France, where after long neglect popular education has made all the more progress, things have been taken, at least in Paris, one step further, for school children are receiving meals paid for out of public funds. The poor receive their meals free of charge and the children of more well-to-do parents have to pay a minimal fee to the municipal treasury. That is already a communistic arrangement that has proved satisfactory for parents and children alike. Further proof of the inadequacy of the present school system, which is often unable to fulfill the moderate tasks it sets itself, is the fact that thousands of children are unable to fulfill their school duties owing to insufficient food. No winter passes without thousands of children in our towns going to school without any breakfast. The nourishment of hundreds of thousands of others is insufficient. For all these children, meals and clothing at public expense would be a great boon. They will not regard as a workhouse a community which teaches them by providing them with proper food and clothing what it means to be a human being. Bourgeois society cannot deny the existence of this misery, and compassionate souls, therefore, get together to found breakfast and soup kitchens in order by means of charity to do at least in some measure what society should do as its duty. Of late a number of municipalities have taken measures to provide poor children with the essential minimum of food out of public funds. All this is insufficient, and what should be theirs by right is granted as charity. So-called homework is being reduced in our schools to a minimum, and rightly so, since the inadequacy of the work done at home has been acknowledged. Pupils from well-to-do families have an advantage over poorer ones not only by virtue of their conditions but also because they frequently have governesses and private teachers to assist them in their studies. On the other hand, however, laziness and slovenliness are more likely to be found in rich pupils, because the riches of their parents make studies seem superfluous to them, and they are often confronted with the most immoral examples and are exposed to strong temptation. He who every day and every hour hears and sees that rank, position, and wealth mean everything, acquires abnormal conceptions of man and his duties and of state and social institutions. Strictly speaking, bourgeois society has no cause to be indignant at the communist education of children, which the socialists aim at, for it has itself partly introduced it for the privileged classes, only in a distorted manner. Look at the cadet corps, army orphanages, boarding schools, seminaries, theological colleges, and so on. Many thousands of children, some of them from the upper classes, are educated in these institutions in a one-sided and wrong manner and in monastic seclusion, and are trained for certain specific occupations. Many members of the more well-to-do classes, doctors, clergymen, civil servants, factory owners, landowners, rich peasants, etc., who live in the country or in small towns where there are no higher educational establishments, send their children to the larger cities to boarding schools and barely get a glimpse of them, except possibly during holidays. There is accordingly a contradiction between the indignation of our opponents about a communistic education for children and about the estrangement of children from their parents, on the one hand, and the fact that they have introduced similar education for their own children, only in a bungled, false and inadequate manner, on the other. A whole chapter of its own could be written about the education of the children of the well-to-do classes by wet nurses, nursery maids, governesses, private tutors, one that would throw a strange light on their family life. It would emerge that here, too, hypocrisy often reigns and that conditions for teachers and pupils alike are anything but ideal. In order to meet the demands of the totally transformed system of education, aiming to promote both the physical and the mental development and training of the younger generation, the number of teachers will have to increase. In the education of society's rising generation, the same concern must be shown that is given in the army to the training of soldiers, where a non-commissioned officer is appointed for every 8 to 10 men. In future, when there is a teacher to instruct a similar number of pupils, the necessary objective will be achieved. Also, the introduction to mechanical work in well-equipped training workshops, to gardening and agricultural work, will constitute a good part of young people's education. This will all be organized so that pupils' courses are varied and do not overtax them, in order to educate as harmoniously developed people as possible. Education must also be equal for both sexes and mixed. Their separatism is justifiable only in cases where the difference of sex makes such separation absolutely necessary. In this type of education the United States is far ahead of us. There, Education is mixed from the primary schools right through to the university. Not only instruction is free but also educational aids, including articles required for needlework and domestic science, and also for chemistry and physics and those needed for experiments and at the workbench. Most schools have gymnasiums, baths, swimming pools and playgrounds attached. In secondary schools girls are taught gymnastics, swimming, rowing and marching. The socialist system of education will achieve even more. Properly regulated and organized and placed under adequate control, it will continue to the age when society determines that its youth has attained majority. From then on both sexes will be fully qualified to exercise all rights and fulfill all duties in any field. Then society will be certain that it had reared only able, harmoniously developed members, people to whom nothing human is alien, who are as familiar with their own nature and their own condition as they are with the nature and condition of the society they join as members enjoying full rights. The daily increasing depravity of our modern youth, which is the natural consequence of the present rot and decay of society, the unruliness, lack of discipline, immorality, and coarse pleasure-seeking, such as are especially pronounced among young people in our higher educational establishments, gymnasia, polytechnical schools, universities, etc., vices that are caused and aggravated by the looseness and unrest of home life and the poisonous influences of social life will vanish. The adverse influence of the factory system, of inadequate housing, that dissoluteness and self-assurance of the young at an age in which man most needs reins and education for self-discipline and self-control, will also come to an end. Future society will avoid all these ills without having to resort to force. The social institutions and the moral atmosphere that will spring from these and dominate society will make them impossible. As in nature disease and the destruction of organisms can appear only when decay sets in, so likewise in society. No one will deny that there are serious defects in our present system of education and instruction, and that the secondary schools and higher educational establishments suffer more from them than the primary ones. A village school is an example of moral health as compared with a gymnasium, and a handicraft school for girls from poor families a model of morality as compared with a large number of exclusive boarding schools. The reason is not difficult to find. In the upper classes of society all striving for higher aims has been stilled, they have no ideals anymore. Owing to the lack of ideals and of higher purposeful endeavor, pleasure-seeking and the taste for indulgence with its physical and moral abuses have spread. How can young people growing up in this atmosphere be anything other than what they are? Material indulgence which knows no moderation and no bounds is what they see and grow accustomed to. Why strive for anything when the wealth of their parents makes such striving seem superfluous? The summit of education for a large majority of the sons of our bourgeoisie consists in passing the examination needed to obtain a certificate qualifying for 1 year's service as a volunteer in the German army. Once this has been achieved, they believe they have climbed Pelion and Ossa, and regard themselves as demigods. If they leave a reserve officer's certificate in their pocket, their pride and arrogance know no bounds. The influence exercised by this generation, most of whose members are weak in character and possess but scant knowledge, while they are strong in loyalty and ambition, leads to the present period being characterized as the age of the reserve officer. The reserve officer's distinctive feature is that he has no character and little knowledge, but plenty of loyalty. He is servile towards his superiors and arrogant and brutal towards his inferiors. Many daughters of the upper classes are trained as showpieces, fools of fashion and salon habitués, who chase one enjoyment after another and, finally satiated, suffer from boredom and all sorts of imaginary and real illnesses. When they grow old, they become bigots, spiritualists, and faith healers who turn up their eyes at the corruption of the world and preach asceticism. Attempts are being made to lower the educational level of the lower classes. The proletariat may become too clever, too knowing, might refuse to tolerate any more its state of servitude and rebel against its earthly gods. The stupider the masses, the more easily they put up with control and rule. The stupidest worker is our favorite worker, the big landowners from the estates last of the Elbe reiterated at their meetings. This single sentence implies a whole program. Thus, modern society when confronted with the question of instruction and education is just as aimless and bewildered as in relation to all other social problems. What does it do? It calls for the rod and preaches religion, that is, submissiveness and acquiescence to those who are much too submissive and acquiescent as it is. It teaches abstinence where due to poverty abstinence in the bare essentials of life has become a necessity. Those who because of the coarseness of their nature revolt, are taken to so-called reformatories, where a pious atmosphere reforms. This is the sum of our society's wisdom in matters of education. The whole depravity of the educational methods applied to the children of proletarian families living in reduced circumstances can be seen from the numerous cases of ill-treatment perpetrated by the staff in charge of so-called educational homes, which lead to criminal proceedings being instituted against them. These revealed how fanatical bigots acknowledged themselves guilty of hair-raising abuses with sadistic joy. And how many such horrors are never made public. 6. Art and literature in socialist society. As soon as the rising generation of the new society attains its majority, all further development is left to the individual. Each does as his inclinations and talents prompt him. Some choose a branch of the ever more impressively advancing natural sciences, anthropology, zoology, botany, mineralogy, geology, physics, chemistry, archaeology, etc. Others take up the science of history, philology, the arts, etc. Still others, moved by passion, become musicians, painters, sculptors, or actors. In future there will be no artists, scientists, or craftsmen by profession. Thousands of brilliant talents, hitherto stilled, will now be able to unfold and manifest themselves to knowledge and skills. There will be no longer musicians, actors, artists, scientists by profession, but the more by inspiration, talent, and genius. These achievements will excel those of the present day to the same vast extent as the industrial, technical, and agricultural achievements of the future society will excel those of today. An era of art and sciences will be ushered in, such as the world has never seen before, and its creations will be of a corresponding quality. The Renaissance art will experience, once conditions worthy of human beings exist, was foreseen by no less a man than the late Richard Wagner, who spoke of it as early as 1850 in his Art and Revolution. This work is particularly remarkable, because it appeared immediately after a revolution that had been crushed and one in which Wagner took part. Wagner predicts what the future will bring. In this book he turns directly to the working class upon whom he calls to help the artists found genuine art. Among other things, he says, when, with the free men of the future, the earning of a living is no longer the purpose of life, when, on the contrary, thanks to the new faith now practiced, or better knowledge, the earning of a livelihood in exchange for a compatible natural activity is ensured him beyond all doubt, in short, when industry is no longer our master but our servant, we shall make the joy of life the purpose of life and seek to educate our children able and fit really to experience that joy to the full. Education, based on the building up of strength and the fostering of physical beauty, will, if only due to the untroubled love for the child and the joy experienced at his thriving beauty, become a purely artistic one, and everybody will in some respect become a true artist. The diversity of natural inclinations will develop the most manifold trends to an unexpected richness. That is a thoroughly socialistic idea and fully in keeping with our statements. Social life will become increasingly public in the future. This trend can be seen at its clearest from the completely different position of woman, as compared with former times. Domestic life will be confined to the essential minimum, while the widest possible field will be open to the gratification of the social instinct. Large meeting places for lectures and debates and for the discussion of all public affairs, in which the ruling decision will in future belong to the collective, eating halls, recreation and reading rooms, libraries, concert halls, theaters, museums, play and sports grounds, parks and promenades, public baths, educational establishments of all sorts, all fitted out with the latest equipment, shall afford rich opportunities for superlative achievement in the arts, sciences, and all spheres of Entertainment. Likewise will the institutions for the care of the sick, the infirm, and the aged conform to the highest possible standards. How paltry will our much vaunted age appear in comparison. This fawning for favor and benevolence from above, this dog-like cringing, this jealous struggle for positions of privilege, in which the two most hateful methods are employed, along with stifling of convictions, the veiling of good qualities that might give offense, emasculation of character, simulation of views and feelings, all those qualities which can be summed up as a cowardice and unprincipledness, now come every day more and more distinctly to the fore. Whatever elevates and ennobles man's self-reliance, independence and incorruptibility in his views and convictions, his freedom to assert his personality, is considered in the conditions prevailing today mainly as a fault or defect. These properties often ruin him who possesses them, if he cannot suppress them. Many are not even aware of their degradation, they have grown used to it. The dog regards it as a matter of course that he has a master who, when out of temper, gives him a taste of the whip. With the above-mentioned changes in social life, all literary production will undergo a radical change. Theological literature, which accounts for the largest number of titles in the annual catalogues of new publications, drops out together with legal literature. There is no interest shown in the first and no use for the second. Publications concerned with the daily battles over political institutions will also disappear, because these institutions will no longer exist. The relevant studies will become part of cultural history. The vast mass of inane publications, evidence of corrupted taste, often possible only through sacrifices made by the author out of vanity, are gone. Even speaking from the viewpoint of present conditions, it can be said without exaggeration that there is such a vast mass of superficial or harmful books and of obvious trash in the field of literary production that 4/5 of all writings could disappear from the market without loss to a single sphere of culture. Belles lettres and the press will be hit to the same extent. There is nothing more lacking in intellect and more superficial than most of our newspapers. If our level of cultural achievement and scientific outlook were to be judged from the content of our newspapers, it would be low indeed. The activity of men and the general state of affairs are judged from a viewpoint that is reminiscent of the distant past and that has long since been proved untenable by the science of today. A large portion of our journalists are people who, as Bismarck once said, not without reason, miss their calling, but whose level of education and salary claims fall in with the business interests of the bourgeoisie. Furthermore, these newspapers, as well as the majority of the literary journals, have the mission of circulating most obscene advertisements in their advertisement sections, while their business sections pursue identical aims in a different field. The material interest of the owner determines the content. Literature is generally not much better than the newspapers, for it cultivates interest in sexual excesses, renders homage now to shallow pseudo-enlightenment, now to the most absurd prejudices and superstitions. The aim is to make the bourgeois world all its shortcomings, which are conceded as trifles, notwithstanding appear as the best of all possible worlds. In this extensive and important field the future society will have to thoroughly put its house in order. Science, truth, beauty, and debate over what is best, will rule supreme. Everyone who makes a worthwhile contribution will have ample opportunity for participation. He no longer depends upon the favor of a publisher, money considerations, or prejudice, but on the judgment of impartial experts, in whose selection he himself takes part, and against whose unfavorable decision he can always appeal to the community, a step that is impossible in newspaper offices or publishing houses today, which are guided by their private interests alone. The naive notion that all debate will be suppressed in a socialist community can be defended only by those who see in the bourgeois world an ideal social system, and who, because of their hostility to socialism, seek to slander and belittle it. A society that is based on complete democratic equality neither knows nor tolerates oppression. Only unlimited freedom of thought makes uninterrupted progress possible, and this is the vital principle of society. It is also a gross delusion to represent bourgeois society as a champion of genuine freedom of thought. Parties representing the class interests of the ruling publish in the press only what does not assail their class interests, and woe to anyone who should attempt to kick against this. his social ruin is scaled, as everybody who is familiar with the situation knows only too well. Many a writer could tell a tale of woe on how publishers handle literary work which does not suit them. Finally, our press and criminal legislation betray the spirit that animates our ruling and governing classes. True freedom of thought is looked upon by them as the most dangerous of evils. 7. Free development of the individual. 1. An existence free of cares. Man is to have the opportunity to develop himself to the full. That should be the purpose of all human socialization, which means that he must not be fettered to the soil on which he has been placed by accident of birth. We should acquaint ourselves with our fellows elsewhere and the world at large not only from books and newspapers. Personal observation and practical experience are also needed. Hence, the future society must make accessible to all what in present society is already available to many, even if in most cases they are driven to it by need. The requirement for variety in all aspects of life is a striving deeply rooted in human nature. It stems from the craving for self-perfection that is inherent in every human being. A plant in a dark room stretches and strains, as though endowed with consciousness, towards the light that filters through some crevice. Just so with man. An instinct implanted in man must find rational satisfaction. The craving for change is not hampered by the condition of the new society. On the contrary, that society does everything to gratify this craving. This will be facilitated by the highly developed system of communications and made necessary by international relations. In future many more people will travel for all manner of purposes than was the case before. Society requires ample stocks of the necessaries of life of all kind in order to be able to meet all demands. It correspondingly regulates working hours according to requirements, makes them longer or shorter, as requirements and the time of year make it desirable. It will apply itself in one season mainly to agriculture, in another mainly to industrial production and to arts and crafts. It deploys its labor force as occasion may require, through the combination of numerous forces provided with the most up-to-date technical equipment it can with the greatest of ease carry out which seem impossible today. Society not only takes over the care of the young, but does the same for its aged, sick and incapacitated. The community takes care of those who for any reason have become unable to work. This is not a question of charity, but one of duty, not a handout but care and assistance born of every possible consideration due to those, who, while strong and able to work, fulfilled their duties to the community. Old age is made more pleasant with everything society has to offer. Everyone holds on to the hope that he will someday himself enjoy what he now affords to others. Now the old are not haunted by the thought that others are waiting for them to die in order to come into an inheritance. The fear that once they are old and helpless they will be thrown aside like a squeezed-out lemon has also vanished. They depend neither on the charity and support of their children nor on the alms of the community. The position of most parents who in their old age depend on the support of their children is all too familiar. And how demoralizing an influence is exerted on children, and to a still greater degree on relatives, by the hope of a possible inheritance. What base passions are awakened, and how many are the crimes that such hopes have given rise to: murder, forgery, usurpation of inheritance, perjury, and blackmail. The moral and physical condition of society, the nature of the work, homes, food, clothing, and social life it provides will all help to protect men against accidents, sickness and debility. Natural death, the ebbing away of vital strength will then become more and more common. The conviction that heaven is on earth and that death is the end will cause people to lead sensible lives. He enjoys most who enjoys longest. Long life is valued most by the clergy who prepare people for the hereafter. A life free from cares makes it possible for the clergy to enjoy the highest life expectancy of any profession. 2. Revolution in food. To live man needs first and foremost food and drink. Friends of the so-called natural way of life often ask why social democrats are indifferent to vegetarianism. Well, everybody lives as he pleases. Vegetarianism, a doctrine that prescribes an exclusively vegetable diet, spread first in circles who were in the pleasant position of being able to choose between a vegetable and a meat diet. The large majority of humanity does not have this choice, it has to live in accordance with its means, the meagerness of which keeps it mainly on a vegetable diet, often on one containing very little nourishment at that. For our working class population in Silesia, Saxony, Thuringia, etc., the potato is the main source of nourishment, even bread occupies only second place, meat, and then only of the poorest quality, is hardly ever seen on the table. The vast majority of the rural population, even though it breeds livestock, rarely eats meat, for it has to sell the animals in order to satisfy its other wants with the proceeds received from sales. For the innumerable people who are compelled to live as vegetarians, an occasional solid beefsteak or a good leg of mutton would definitely enhance their diet. When vegetarians object to the overrating of the nutritive value of meat, they are right, but they are wrong when, mainly for sentimental reasons, they oppose its use as pernicious and fatal, for example, because it is against man's nature to kill animals and partake of a corpse. The wish to live comfortably and undisturbed compels us to declare war upon and exterminate a large number of living beings in the shape of all manner of vermin, and so as not to be eaten up ourselves we have to kill and destroy wild animals. Letting the faithful friends of man, domestic animals, live unhindered would multiply the number of these faithful friends in several decades to such an extent that they would devour us by robbing us of food. The claim that vegetable food fosters mildness of temperament is also erroneous. The beast was awakened in the mild, vegetarian Hindu when the cruelty of the English drove him to mutiny. The nutritive value of a food must not be judged by its protein content alone. The proportion of the protein consumed with the relevant foodstuff that remains undigested must also be taken into account. From this viewpoint, meat, rice, and potatoes are in the proportion of 2.5, 20 and 22, that is, of 100 grams of albumin contained in meat, 2.5 reappear in excrement, of 100 grams contained in rice and potatoes, 20 and 22 grams respectively. The celebrated Russian physiologist Pavlov and his school have shown that many more enzymes are secreted to digest bread than are to digest meat. Pavlov further proved that the digestive juices secreted by the stomach consist quantitatively of two amounts. The gastric juice is secreted partly through the stimulation of the stomach's mucous membrane by the given food and partly as appetite juice through the stimulation of the sense organs by the food. The amount of appetite juice depends on our psychic condition, such as hunger, worry, anger, joy, etc., and on the nature of the relevant food. However, the importance of appetite juice for the digestion varies for different foods. Some foods, for example, bread, boiled egg white or pure starch, cannot, as has been proved through experiments, be digested at all if their digestion is not initiated by the secretion of appetite juice. They can be digested only if the appetite is stimulated, or if they are taken together with other food. On the other hand, meat, as Pavlov's demonstrated, can be digested in part even without appetite juice, although that juice does accelerate digestion greatly. We must, therefore, take into account circumstances connected with man's psyche. Here is the bridge between the findings of nutrition physiology and social conditions. The modern town dweller, notably the mass of the working class, lives in social conditions that are bound to kill all normal appetite. Work in badly ventilated factories, constant worry about where the next meal is to come from, the insufficiency of mental relaxation and cheerfulness, total bodily exhaustion, all these are factors undermining appetite. In this state of mind we are unable to secrete the appetite juice, necessary for the assimilation of vegetable food. On the other hand, in meat we have a food which, in a manner of speaking, takes care of its digestion itself, and a good part of it is digested even without appetite stimulation and, moreover, being a stimulant and at the same time a luxury, it whets the appetite enormously. Thus, meat also promotes the digestion of vegetables eaten at the same meal, and secures more effective assimilation of the substances taken in with the latter. This we regard as a great advantage of animal food for modern man. Sonderegger hits the nail on the head when he says, there is no order of rank as regards the need for different kinds of food, but there is an immutable law with regard to the combination of their nutritive substances. It is also true that no one can nourish himself on a diet of meat alone, but can do so on an exclusively vegetable diet, provided he can select it properly. On the other hand, no one will be satisfied with a definite vegetable diet, be it even the most nourishing. Beans, peas, lentils, in short, pulses are the most nutritious of all food, but to live exclusively on them, which is meant to be possible, would be torture. Karl Marx mentions in Capital that the Chilean mine owners compel their workers to eat beans year in year out because they impart to them great strength and enable them to carry burdens that they would not be able to carry if they kept to any other diet. However, despite their nutritive value, the workers reject the beans, but they are nevertheless forced to put up with them. In any case, the happiness and well-being of people does not depend on a particular type of diet, as is claimed by the fanatics among the vegetarians. Climate, social conditions, customs, and individual taste are decisive. As civilization advances, a vegetable diet increasingly takes the place of the exclusive meat diet, such as that to be found among hunting and pastoral peoples. A varied agriculture is a sign of more advanced civilization. Much more vegetable nutritive matter can be obtained from a field of a given size than meat from the same area by cattle raising. This factor leads to vegetable food assuming ever greater preponderance. The meat deliveries we are receiving as a result of the vandalic methods practiced in remote countries, especially South America and Australia, will be exhausted in a few decades. On the other hand, animals are raised not only for the sake of their meat, but also for the sake of wool, hair, bristles, skins, milk, eggs, etc., and many industries and many human wants depend on these products. Also, a large amount of industrial waste products and domestic scraps can hardly anywhere be turned to better advantage than in cattle raising. In future, the seas will also have to yield to man their wealth of animal food in a much higher measure than they do today. In future, it will rarely happen, as it does today, that in the event of rich catches whole loads of fish are turned into manure because the available transportation or canning facilities are inadequate for their preservation or because high transportation costs prohibit their sale. And it is very probable that with the abolition of the antithesis between town and country, when the population moves from the big towns to the country and work in closed factory premises is linked with agricultural work, once again a meat diet will give way to a predominantly vegetable diet. Admittedly, the lack of stimulants in the vegetable diet can be compensated for by proper, sensible cooking and the addition of seasoning. But a purely vegetable diet is neither likely nor necessary in the future. 3. Communist kitchen. As regards food, quality rather than quantity is the vital consideration. Plenty is of little use if that plenty is no good. Quality is greatly improved by the way food is cooked. The preparation of food must be conducted as scientifically as all other human activity if it is to afford the best results. This requires knowledge and equipment. That our women, to whose lot the preparation of food falls in the main, do not and cannot possibly possess that knowledge needs no proof. Mechanized appliances in big catering establishments have even today reached a level of perfection which the best equipped domestic kitchen cannot equal. A kitchen equipped with electricity for heating and light is ideal. No smoke, no excessive heat, no vapors, the kitchen looks more like a parlor than a workroom, in which all sorts of technical equipment and machines take in their stride the most unpleasant and time-consuming work. It has electrically driven machines for peeling potatoes and fruit, for stoning fruit, for stuffing sausages, for pressing lard, cutting meat, frying and roasting it, grinders for coffee and spices, bread slicers, ice crushers, corkscrews and corkers, and 100 other apparatuses and machines enabling a relatively small number of people to prepare food for hundreds of diners without undue effort. The same applies to dishwashing and cleaning appliances. For millions of women the kitchen is one of the most exhausting, time-robbing and wasteful institutions. It ruins their health and depresses them and is a source of constant worry for those, and they form the majority whose means are scanty. The abolition of the private kitchen will be a deliverance for countless women. The kitchen is as obsolete an institution as the artisan's workshop. Today both imply mismanagement, a waste of time, effort, heating and lighting, foodstuffs, etc. The nutritive value of food is enhanced by the ease with which it can be assimilated. This is the decisive factor. A natural system of nourishment for all is possible only in the future society. Cato praises ancient Rome for having had experts in the art of healing, but, up until the 6th century of the city, no work for them to do. The Romans lived so soberly and simply that disease was rare and old age was the usual cause of death. Only when gluttony and idleness, in short, license for some and want and excessive work for others, asserted themselves, did matters change radically. Gluttony and license will be impossible in future, and likewise want, misery and privation. There is enough to satisfy all. Heinrich Heine wrote, "There's enough of barley and wheat below. Every appetite to appease. Myrtles and roses, beauty and joy. And, finest of all, sweet peas. Oh yes, when their pods split up, sweet peas will be piled on the ground sky high. As for heaven, let sparrows and hawks share it with the angels that live in the sky. He why eats little lives well," said the Italian Cornaro in the 16th century, as quoted by Niemeyer. Ultimately chemistry will also participate in the manufacture of new and better foods in a manner and on a scale hitherto unknown. Today this branch of science is greatly abused in order to facilitate adulteration and fraud, but it is obvious that a chemically prepared food, possessing all the properties of a natural product, fulfills the same purpose. The form of preparation is of secondary importance, provided the product meets the requirements in all other respects. 4. Revolution in domestic life. As in the kitchen, so in all spheres of domestic life a revolution will be accomplished. It will make redundant countless jobs that have to be carried out today. As in the future the home kitchen will be made entirely superfluous by the setting up of food preparation centers, so central heating and central lighting will abolish all the former work connected with the maintenance of stoves, lamps, and other lighting fixtures. Warm and cold water supplies will place washing and bathing within the reach of all and without help from anybody else. Central laundries complete with drying machines will take over washing and drying. Central dry cleaning establishments will see to the cleaning of clothes and carpets. In Chicago, carpet cleaning machines were exhibited that did the work in so short a time as to evoke the admiration of the ladies visiting the exhibition. An electric door opens at a slight pressure of the finger and closes automatically. Electric installations transport letters and newspapers to flats on all floors. Electric lifts save us the trouble of climbing stairs. The interior decoration of houses, floors, wall covering, furnishings will all be arranged with an eye to easy cleaning and there will no longer be dust and germ traps. Refuse of all sorts will be carried out of the house by pipes, as waste water is today. In the United States and in some European towns, as for example Zurich, Berlin and its suburbs, London, Vienna and Munich, such houses already exist. They are exquisitely equipped and the numerous affluent families who live in them others could not afford to enjoy many of the conveniences described above. Here once again we have an illustration of how capitalist society breaks the ground for a revolution in domestic life, but only for its elect. Once domestic life has been fundamentally transformed in this way, the servant, this slave to all the whims of the mistress, disappears, as does the mistress. Without servants no culture, Herr von Treitschke exclaimed with comical pathos. We cannot imagine society without servants, as Aristotle could not imagine it without slaves. It is surprising that Herr von Treitschke regards our servants as the bearers of our culture. Treitschke, like Eugen Richter, is worried about boot polishing and clothes brushing, which he cannot see everyone doing for himself. In 9 cases out of 10, people now see to that themselves, or a wife does it for her husband, or a daughter or son for a whole family. It could be said that what 9 people out of every 10 have done up to now, the remaining 10th can also do. But there is a better way out. Why in future should not the young people, irrespective of sex, be enlisted for this and other necessary work of a similar type? There is nothing shameful about work, even if it consists in polishing boots. This has even been discovered by certain officers of the old nobility, who to escape their debts ran off to the United States, where they became servants or bootblacks. In one of his pamphlets Herr Eugen Richter even goes so far as to bring about the downfall of the socialist imperial chancellor and the collapse of the socialist state of the future over the boot cleaning problem. The socialist imperial chancellor refuses to polish his own boots, and therein lie his troubles. Our opponents have relished this description and thereby merely demonstrated the modesty of their demands with regard to criticism of socialism. Herr Eugen Richter lived to experience the sorrow of not only seeing one of his own party members in Nuremberg invent a shoe cleaning machine soon after the publication of his pamphlet, but also of learning that electric shoe cleaning machines that carry out the task to perfection were exhibited at the Chicago World Exhibition. Thus, the principal objection raised by Richter and Treitschke against socialist society has been virtually thrown overboard by an invention made even in bourgeois society. The revolutionary transformation that fundamentally changes all aspects of human life and especially the position of women is proceeding before our very eyes. It is only a question of time, when society will take up this transformation on a large scale, when the process will be accelerated and extended to all domains, so that all without exception are able to enjoy its innumerable and manifold advantages. 8 Women in the Future. This is going to be a very short chapter. It contains only the conclusions that follow from what has been said, conclusions the reader may easily draw for himself. The woman of the future society is socially and economically independent, she is no longer subjected to even a vestige of domination or exploitation, she is free and on a par with man and mistress of her destiny. Her education is the same as that enjoyed by men, with the exception of some modifications demanded by differences of sex and sexual functions. Living in natural conditions, she is able to develop and exercise her physical and mental powers and faculties according to her requirements. She chooses her occupation in such a field as corresponds with her wishes, inclinations, and talents, and enjoys working conditions identical to those of men. Even if she is engaged in some trade for some hours, she may spend another part of the day working as an educator, teacher, or nurse, and devote a third part of the day to some art, or the study of some branch of science, and set aside yet another part of the day to some administrative function. She joins in studies and work, enjoys diversions and entertainment with other women or with men as she pleases and as occasion allows. In choosing the object of her love, woman, like man, is free and unhampered. She woos or is wooed, and enters into a union from no considerations other than her own inclinations. This bond is a private agreement, arrived at without the intermediacy of a functionary, just as marriage was a private agreement till far into the Middle Ages. Socialism is creating nothing new here, it only restores at a higher stage of civilization and antler new social forms what had prevailed universally before private property began to dominate society. Under the proviso that the satisfaction of his instincts inflicts no injury and disadvantage on others, the individual shall see to his own needs. The gratification of the sexual instinct is as much a private concern as the satisfaction of any other natural instinct. No one is accountable for it to others, and no unsolicited judge has the right to interfere. What I shall eat, how I shall drink, sleep, and dress, is my own affair, as is also my intercourse with a person of the opposite sex. Intelligence and culture, full independence of an individual, all qualities that will evolve naturally as a result of the education and the conditions pertaining in the future society, will guard everyone against committing acts that would be to his disadvantage. The men and women of the future society will possess a far higher degree of self-discipline and self-knowledge than those now living. The simple fact that all the stupid prudery and ridiculous affection of secrecy regarding the discussion of sexual matters will have vanished guarantees that intercourse between the sexes will be much more natural than it is today. If two persons who have entered into a union turn out to be incompatible, or are disappointed in or repulsed by each other, morality demands that this unnatural and therefore immoral bond be dissolved. Since the conditions that have up to now condemned a large number of women to either celibacy or the barter of their bodies will have vanished, men will no longer be able to maintain any superiority. On the other hand, the transformed social conditions will remove many of the inhibitions and inconveniences which affect married life today, often prevent it from unfolding, or even render it wholly impossible. There is a growing awareness among wide circles of the inhibitions, contradictions, and unnatural aspects of the position of the woman today, and this awareness finds graphic expression in social literature as well as in fiction, but often in a distorted form. That the present form of marriage is less and less compatible with its purpose no thinking person can deny. And hence it is no wonder that there are even people who consider freedom in the choice of love and in the dissolution of the bonds already sealed only natural, while they show no inclination to draw the necessary conclusions to the effect that the present social system should be changed. They believe that freedom of sexual intercourse is a thing to which only the privileged classes should be entitled. Mathilde Reichhard-Stromberg, for example, in answer to writer Fanny Lawald's campaigning for the emancipation of women, wrote, "If you demand complete equality for women in social and political life, so George Sand must also of necessity be justified in her campaigning for emancipation which aims no higher than that of which man has long since enjoyed undisputed possession. Indeed, no reasonable grounds can be found to show why only woman's head and not her heart as well should be admitted to this equality and be free to give and take as freely as man. On the contrary, if woman has by nature the right and consequently the duty, for we should not bury the talent bestowed on us of exerting her brain tissue to the utmost in the contest with the intellectual titans of the opposite sex, she must also have the right, just as they do, to preserve her equilibrium by accelerating the circulation of the heart's blood in whatever way may seem appropriate to her. Do we not all read without the slightest moral indignation how Goethe, to choose the greatest of all as an example, again and again wasted his heart's warmth and the ardour of his great soul on yet another woman? An enlightened person finds this only natural, precisely by virtue of the greatness of his insatiable soul, while only the narrow-minded moralist finds fault with this mode of living. Why, then, deride the great souls among women? Let us but assume that the whole female sex consists exclusively of great souls like those portrayed by George Sand, that every woman is a Lucrezia Floriani whose children are all children of love and who brought up all these children with true motherly love and devotion, as well as with discernment and sound common sense. What would then become of the world? There can be no doubt that it could continue to exist and to progress, as it does today, and it might even fare exceptionally well in the process. But why should this be a prerogative of great souls and not also of those who are not great souls? If a Goethe and a George Sand, to single out these two from the many who acted and are acting like them, could live according to their heart's dictates, and about Goethe's love affairs whole libraries are published that are devoured by his male and female admirers in rapturous ecstasy, why condemn in others what becomes the subject of ecstatic admiration, when practiced by a Goethe or a George Sand? Admittedly, freedom in choosing the object of love is impossible in bourgeois society. This all our preceding arguments have demonstrated, but place the whole community in social conditions similar to those enjoyed by the social and intellectual elite, and the whole community gains access to similar freedoms. In Jacques, George Sand depicts a husband who judges the adulterous relations of his wife with another in these words: "No human being can command love, no one is guilty if he feels it or ceases to feel it. What debases woman is the lie. Adultery is not the hour she gives to her lover but the night after that which she spends with her husband." In accordance with his views, Jacques feels obliged to yield his place to his rival, and in so doing philosophizes as follows: "Borel in my place would have quietly beaten his wife and then without blushing have taken her into his arms, debased by his blows and his kisses." There are men who after the Oriental fashion kill their unfaithful wife, because they consider her their lawful property. Others fight their rival, kill him or drive him away, and then ask the woman they claim to love for kisses and caresses, and the woman then either shrinks back in horror or yields in despair. This is the accepted practice in conjugal love, and it seems to me that the love of pigs is less base and less coarse than that of such people. Commenting on these passages, Brandes writes: "These truths, which are considered elementary for the civilized world of today, were regarded as atrocious 50 years ago. But the world of property and culture does not dare even today openly to recognize the principles of George Sand, although it actually lives by them. As in morality and religion, it affects righteousness also in marriage. What Goethe and George Sand used to do, thousands of others, who bear no comparison with Goethe or Sand, are doing today, without losing the respect of society in the least. All that is needed is a respectable position, the rest comes of itself. This notwithstanding, the liberties enjoyed by a Goethe and a George Sand are immoral judged from a bourgeois viewpoint, because they contradict the moral laws invoked by society and are incompatible with the nature of our social conditions. Arranged marriages are the normal practice in bourgeois society, the only moral union of the sexes. Bourgeois marriage is, we have proved this beyond contradiction, the consequence of bourgeois property relations. Closely bound up with private property and the right of succession, it is entered into for the purpose of begetting legitimate children as heirs. And under the pressure of the social conditions it is also forced upon those who have nothing to bequeath, it becomes a social law, whose violation the state punishes by sentencing men and women who live in adultery and who have separated to terms of imprisonment. In socialist society there is nothing to be bequeathed, unless one regards domestic utensils and personal belongings as an inheritance, hence, the modern form of marriage becomes obsolete. The question of inheritance is thereby solved and socialism does not have to bother to abolish it. Once there is no private property, there can be no right of inheritance. Thus, woman is free and her children do not restrict her freedom, they can only multiply the joy she gleans from life. Nurses, teachers, women friends, the rising female generation are at hand to assist the mother when she needs help. It is possible that there will be men in the future who will say with Alexander von Humboldt, "I was not made to be the father of a family. Moreover, I consider marrying a sin and the begetting of children a crime." What of it? With others the power of natural instincts will see to it that equilibrium is maintained. We are worried neither by the hostility to marriage of a Humboldt nor by the pessimistic philosophy of a Schopenhauer, Mainlander or von Hartmann, who hold out for mankind the prospect of self-destruction in the ideal state. In this respect we agree with Efrat Sell, who has every justification for writing. Man must no longer look upon himself as an exception to the laws of nature, but should at last begin to look for the regularities that underlie his own actions and thoughts, and strive to lead his life in accordance with natural laws. He will arrive at the point when coexistence with his fellows, that is, the family and the state, will be organized not according to the precepts stemming from long-forgotten centuries but in accordance with rational principles of the knowledge he has of nature. Politics, morality, legal principles, which are still gleaned front all. That day is approaching with rapid strides. Human society has, in the course of millennia, traversed all previous phases of development in order finally to arrive at the point where it started from, to communistic property and to full equality and fraternity, but no longer among congeners alone, but among the whole human race. Such is the great progress it makes. What bourgeois society strived for in vain and where it runs aground, and is bound to do so, is in establishing freedom, equality and fraternity for all people, a goal which socialism will achieve. Bourgeois society was able to evolve only the theory, but here, as in many other respects too, its practice was at odds with its theories. Socialism will combine theory and practice. Yet, while man returns to the starting point in his development, this is effected on an infinitely higher cultural level than the one from which he started. Primitive society had common property in the gens, in the clan, but only in the crudest form and at an extremely low level of development. The development that has since taken place has, on the one hand, done away with common property, apart from small and insignificant vestiges, has broken up the gens and finally atomized the whole of society, while at the same time during its various stages it has enormously increased the productive forces of society and the diversity of requirements, created nations and great states from among the gens and tribes, but simultaneously produced once more a state of affairs that stands in blatant contradiction to society's requirements. The task of the future is to resolve this contradiction by transforming property and the means of production back into collective property on the broadest possible basis. Society takes back what was once its own and what it has created, but, in accordance with the newly created living conditions, it makes possible for all its members a standard of living on the highest cultural level, that is, it grants to all what under more primitive conditions was the privilege of individuals or of individual classes. To woman, too, is restored the active role she played in primitive society, not a dominating role, but the role of man's equal. The end of the development of the state resembles the beginning of human existence. The original equality finally returns. The maternal element opens and closes the cycle of everything human. Bachofen wrote in his Matriarchy, and Morgan said, "Since the advent of civilization, the outgrowth of property has been so immense, its forms so diversified, its uses so expanding and its management so intelligent in the interests of its owners, that it has become, on the part of the people, an unmanageable power. The human mind stands bewildered in the presence of its own creation. The time will come, nevertheless, when human intelligence will rise to the mastery over property, and define the relations of the state to the property it protects, as well as the obligations and the limits of the rights of its owners. The interests of society are paramount to individual interests, and the two must be brought into just and harmonious relations. A mere property career is not the final destiny of mankind, if progress is to be the law of the future, as it has been of the past. The time which has passed away since civilization began is but a fragment of the past duration of man's existence, and but a fragment of the ages yet to come. The dissolution of society bids fair to become the termination of a career, of which property is the end and aim, because such a career contains elements of self-destruction. Democracy in government, brotherhood in society, equality in rights and privileges, and universal education, foreshadow the next higher plane of society to which experience, intelligence, and knowledge are steadily tending. It will be a revival, in a higher form, of the liberty, equality, and fraternity of the ancient gentes. Thus, men representing diverse points of view arrive, on the basis of their scientific investigations, at identical conclusions. The complete emancipation of woman, and her equality with man, is the final goal of our cultural development, the achievement of which no power on earth can prevent. But it is possible only on the basis of a transformation, that abolishes all domination of man by man and hence also that of the worker by the capitalist. Only now will human development reach its peak. The golden age men have been dreaming of for millennia and for which they have yearned, will come at last. An end will be put to class domination once and for all, and with it to man's domination of woman. 9. Internationalism. An existence worthy of man for all members of society cannot be the way of life of a single privileged people, since it would be unable to establish or maintain such a state in isolation from all other peoples. Our entire development is the product of cooperation between national and international forces and the consolidation of the ties between them. Although for many people the national idea still holds sway and provides an instrument for the maintenance of political and social domination, which is possible only within national boundaries, we are already deep in internationalism. Treaties on commerce, tariffs, and shipping, the Universal Postal Union, international exhibitions, congresses on international law and measurements, other international scientific congresses and associations, international scientific expeditions, our trade and communications, notably the international congresses of working men, who are the bearers of the new era and whose moral influence made possible the first international conference for labor legislation in Berlin in the spring of 1890 at the invitation of the German Empire. All this testifies to the international character the relations between the various advanced nations are increasingly assuming despite national isolation. We speak of the world economy, as opposed to national economy, and attach more importance to the former, because the well-being and prosperity of individual nations largely depend on it. A large part of our own products is exchanged against the products of foreign countries without whom we are no longer able to exist. And just as one branch of industry is injured when another branch suffers, so the production of one nation suffers considerably when that of another is paralyzed. Relations between individual countries become ever closer despite such temporary disturbances as wars and incitement of one nation against another, because they are subject to material interests which are the strongest of all. Every new highway, every improvement of a means of communication, every invention or improvement in production, which leads to a cut in the cost of goods, consolidates these relations. The ease with which direct relations are established between mutually remote countries and peoples is a new powerful factor in the chain of relations. Emigration and colonization are additional powerful stimuli. Nations learn from each other, and each seeks to excel. Together with the exchange of material products of the most diverse kinds, there also proceeds an exchange in intellectual values, both in the original language and also in translation. The study of modern languages becomes a necessity for millions. Next to material advantages, nothing contributes more towards removing antipathy and establishing cordial understanding than the grasp of the language and intellectual values of a foreign people. The effect of this process of drawing together that is proceeding on an international scale is that countries are coming to resemble each other more and more as regards their social conditions. Among the advanced and therefore standard-setting nations, the similarity is already so great that those who have learned to understand the economic structure of one nation also understand, in the main, that of all the others. The same rule applies as in nature, where among animals of the same species the skeleton is identical in its organization and structure, and if we possess part of such a skeleton we can in our mind's eye reconstruct the whole animal. A further result of this similarity is that where identical social foundations exist, the effects they produce must also be identical: the accumulation of great wealth and its antithesis wage slavery, the enslavement of the masses by machinery, domination of the masses by a propertied minority and all the consequences stemming therefrom. Indeed, we see that the class antagonisms and the class struggle raging in Germany are stirring up the whole of Europe, the United States, Australia, etc. In Europe, from Russia to Portugal, from the Balkans, Hungary and Italy to England and Ireland, the same spirit of discontent prevails, and the same symptoms of social ferment, general malaise and disintegration make themselves felt. Externally dissimilar, depending on the degree of their development, the character of the population and the form of its political system, these movements are essentially the same wherever they appear. Deep social antagonisms are what cause them. Every year these antagonisms become more pronounced, the ferment and discontent permeate society ever deeper and spread their roots ever wider, until finally some incident, possibly an insignificant one, sparks off an explosion that spreads like lightning through the entire civilized world and calls upon all thinking people to take sides for or against. The struggle of the new world against the old has broken out. The masses step upon the stage, an abundance of intelligence is being applied to this struggle, such as the world has never seen before and will never see again in a similar struggle. This is because it is the last social struggle. Standing at the rise of the 20th century, we see how this struggle is drawing ever closer to its last phase, in which the new ideas shall triumph. The new society will then rise up on an international foundation. The peoples will fraternize, they will stretch out their hands to one another and will strive gradually to extend the new conditions to all the peoples of the earth. One nation will no longer approach another as an enemy, intent on exploiting or oppressing it, or as the representative of an alien faith, which it wants to impose upon the other, but as a friend who wants to educate all humans so as to make them cultured. The efforts of the new society to civilize and colonize will differ as regards their essence and their means from the present ones, just as the two social systems differ radically in their essence. Neither powder nor shot, neither firewater nor the Bible will be used. The civilizing mission will be carried out only with friendly means, which will make the civilizers appear to the barbarians and savages not as enemies, but as benefactors. Intelligent travelers and scientists have long since learned how successful this approach is. Once the civilized peoples have united in a large federation, the time will have come when the storms of war will have subsided forever. Eternal peace will then no longer be a dream, as the gentlemen strutting about in uniform would have the world believe. The time has come when the peoples have realized where their genuine interests lie. These will be promoted not through struggle and dissension or through armaments ruining whole countries and peoples, but through mutual understanding and cultural collaboration. Moreover, the ruling classes and their governments see to it that an end is put to armaments and wars because of their monstrosity. Thus the latest weapons, like so many before them, will find their way into collections of antiques, where they will demonstrate to future generations how their predecessors have for thousands of years frequently torn one another apart like wild beasts until man finally triumphed over the beast in him. That only national peculiarities and conflicts of interests which are everywhere nourished artificially by the ruling classes so that when the occasion demands a great war may furnish an outlet for dangerous tendencies at home engender wars is confirmed by a remark of the late General Field Marshal Moltke. In the first volume of his literary legacy, which deals with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71, this passage is to be found in the introductory observations. So long as nations lead separate existences, there will be controversies which can be settled only by arms, but it is to be hoped in the interests of humanity that wars may become as rarer as they have become more fearful. This national separate existence, that is, the hostile shutting off of one nation from another, will gradually vanish despite efforts on every side to retain it, and thus future generations will with no difficulty accomplish tasks which brilliant minds have long since contemplated and attempted to resolve without success. Thus, Condorcet conceived the idea of an international language. And the late Ulysses S. Grant, ex-President of the United States, said in a public address, as commerce, education, and the prompt transmission of thoughts and matter by telegraph and steamer have changed everything, I believe that God is preparing the world to become one nation, to speak one language, and to attain to a state of perfection in which armies and fleets of war will be no longer needed. It is natural that for a pure-blooded Yankee the equalizing role is to be played by the dear God, a role which is solely the product of historical development. Yet this is only to be expected. Hypocrisy, or again ignorance in questions of religion, is nowhere greater than in the United States. The less the state uses its organization to lead the masses, the more this has to be done by religion, by the church. That is why the bourgeoisie seems most pious, where state power is at its most lax. After the United States come England, Belgium, and Switzerland. Even the revolutionary Robespierre, who played with the heads of aristocrats and priests as if they were ninepins, was known to be very religious, which explains why he solemnly reinstated the Supreme Being, whom the Convention, in equally bad taste, had shortly before declared dethroned. And since before the Great Revolution the frivolous and dissolute aristocrats of France had frequently vaunted their atheism, Robespierre regarded atheism as aristocratic and denounced it in his speech to the Convention on the Supreme Being in the following words: "Atheism is aristocratic. The idea of a Supreme Being that watches over oppressed innocence and punishes triumphant crime is in keeping with the spirit of the people. If there were no God, one would have to be invented." The virtuous Robespierre had a foreboding that his virtuous bourgeois republic would be unable to settle social antagonisms, hence his faith in a Supreme Being that metes out punishment and seeks to settle what people in his time were unable to settle, hence this belief was necessary for the First Republic. This will soon no longer be the case. One cultural advance will evoke another, and mankind will continue to set itself new tasks, and their accomplishment will lead to a stage of cultural development which will not know national hatred, wars, religion strife and similar remnants of the past. The population problem and socialism. 1. Fear of overpopulation. There are people who consider the population problem the most important and pressing problem, because overpopulation threatens us, is, in fact, already at hand. This problem in particular must be treated from an international standpoint, for the feeding and distribution of people are increasingly becoming an international issue. Since Malthus, the law of population increase has been widely disputed. In his once famous and now notorious essay on the principles of population, which Karl Marx characterized as a schoolboyish, superficial, and pulpiter piece of declamatory plagiarism from Sir James Stewart, Townsend, Franklin Wallace, etc., and which contains not a single original sentence, Malthus advances the view that humanity has the tendency to increase in geometrical progression, while subsistence can be increased only in arithmetical progression. The inevitable result is that a rapid disproportion will emerge between the size of the population and the supply of food, which inevitably will lead to mass poverty and eventually to mass mortality. It is therefore essential to observe abstinence in procreation. He who does not possess sufficient means to support a family should not be allowed to marry, for otherwise there will be no place at the table of nature for his descendants. The fear of overpopulation is very old. It existed with the Greeks and Romans and again at the close of the Middle Ages. Plato and Aristotle, the Romans and the petty bourgeois of the Middle Ages were all swayed by it, and it also gripped Voltaire, who published a treatise on the subject in the first quarter of the 18th century. Other authors followed him until finally these fears found their most forcible expression in the writings of Malthus. The fear of overpopulation always appears at periods when the existing social conditions are disintegrating. The general discontent which then flares up is ascribed primarily to the excess of people and the lack of food and not to the manner in which it is produced and distributed. All exploitation of man by man is based on class rule. The first and principal means of class rule is the appropriation of land. Communal land gradually becomes private property. The mass is rendered propertyless and is forced to earn its portion of the means of subsistence in the service of the property owners. In such circumstances every addition to the family, or every new rival, is regarded as a burden. The specter of overpopulation looms up, and the terror that it spreads is in direct proportion to the concentration of the land in a few hands and losses in productivity, be it because it is not cultivated sufficiently or because the best lands are turned into sheep pasture or are reserved for the pleasure of their owners as hunting grounds, and are thus no longer available for the cultivation of food. Rome and Italy were worst off for food when the land was in the hands of about 3,000 latifundists. Hence the cry, "The latifundia are ruining Rome." The land in Italy was converted into huge hunting grounds and pleasure gardens for its noble owners, was frequently allowed to lie idle, because its cultivation by slaves was more expensive than the grain imported from Africa and Sicily, a state of affairs that opened the doors to grain profiteering, a practice in which Rome's rich nobles also played the leading role. This even came to constitute a major reason for neglecting land cultivation at home. The nobility gained more from grain profiteering than from grain cultivation on their own lands. In these circumstances the Roman citizens and the impoverished nobles preferred to renounce marriage and the begetting of children, which all the premiums, granted for marriage and children in order to prevent the decrease of the ruling classes, were unable to prevent. A similar phenomenon appeared towards the end of the Middle Ages, after the nobility and clergy had, in the course of centuries through all manner of intrigue and violence, robbed numerous peasants of their property and appropriated the common land. When, as a result of all the ill treatment the peasants had suffered, they revolted but their uprising was crushed, the robbery of the nobility continued on a still wider scale, and was even practiced by princes who belonged to the Reformed Church in respect of church estates. The number of robbers, beggars, and vagabonds grew larger than it had ever been before, and reached its peak shortly after the Reformation. The expropriated peasants poured into the cities, but there, owing to the causes described above, living conditions were steadily deteriorating and, hence, overpopulation prevailed everywhere. The advent of Malthus coincides with the period of English industrial development when, as a result of the inventions of Hargreaves, Arkwright, and Watt, enormous changes were taking place in both mechanics and technology, which affected mainly the cotton and linen industries, and put tens of thousands of workers in the respective cottage industries out of a job. The concentration of landed property and the development of large-scale industry assumed vast proportions during that period in England. As wealth rapidly increased on the one hand, mass poverty spread on the other. At such a time the ruling classes had every reason to regard the existing world as the best of all possible worlds, and to seek for so contradictory a phenomenon as the pauperization of the masses in the midst of growing wealth and flourishing industry an explanation that would be plausible and shift the blame from them. Nothing was more convenient than to lay the blame upon the too rapid swelling of the workers' ranks as a result of procreation, instead of upon the capitalist mode of production and the accumulation of the land in the hands of the landlords, which made countless workers redundant. In such circumstances the schoolboyish, superficial, and pulpiter piece of declamatory plagiarism that Malthus published, was an explanation of existing ills, which expressed the innermost thoughts and wishes of the ruling class, and justified them before the world. This accounts for the ecstatic approval it found in one quarter and the violent opposition in the other. Malthus came up with the right word at the right time for the English bourgeoisie, and thus, although his essay contained not a single original sentence, he became a great and celebrated figure and his name synonymous of the whole doctrine. 2 Causes of overpopulation. The conditions that caused Malthus to give his alarm signal and to proclaim his harsh teachings, he addressed them to the working class, thus adding insult to injury, have since spread with every passing decade. They have spread not only in Great Britain, Malthus's native land, but also in all countries with a capitalist mode of production, which gives rise to plundering of the land and the enslavement of the masses by machinery and the factory. This system divorces the worker from his means of production, whether these be land or tools, and transfers them to the capitalists. This system creates ever new branches of industry, develops and concentrates them, but it also throws ever new masses of people into the street, making them redundant. Frequently, as in ancient Rome, it promotes latifundia with all their attendant consequences. Ireland is the classical example in Europe, being worst afflicted by the English system of land plunder. As far back as 1874, it had 12,378,244 acres of meadows and pastures, but only 3,373,508 acres of arable land, and every year the population decreases while at the same time more and more arable land is converted into meadows and pastures for sheep and cattle and hunting grounds for the landlords. Besides, much of the arable land in Ireland is in the hands of a large number of small and very small tenants, who are not able to make the most of the land. Thus, Ireland appears to be an agricultural land becoming once more a land of pastures. At the beginning of the 19th century the population numbered over 8 million, and it has since declined to about 4.3 million, and yet several million are redundant. The rebellion of the Irish against England is thus easily explained. Scotland presents a picture similar to that of Ireland with regard to land ownership and cultivation of the soil. A similar state of affairs is also to be found in Hungary, a country where modern progress has only made its mark in recent decades. A land, so rich in fertile soil as few in Europe, is deeply in debt, its population is impoverished and at the mercy of usurers. In despair people are emigrating en masse. But the land is concentrated in the hands of modern capitalist magnates, who barbarously exploit woods and arable lands so that Hungary will in the near future cease to be a grain exporting country. A similar situation prevails in Italy. In that country, just as in Germany, the political unity of the nation has greatly promoted capitalist development, but the industrious peasants of Piedmont and Lombardy, Tuscany, Romagna, and Sicily are growing ever poorer and are on the verge of ruin. Swamps are again beginning to cover the ground where several decades ago there were well-tended gardens and plots belonging to small peasants. Before the gates of Rome, in what is called the Campagna, hundreds of thousands of hectares of land lie idle, an area that once numbered among the most flourishing in ancient Rome. Swamps cover the land and give off poisonous miasma. If, with the application of the proper means, the Campagna were thoroughly drained and properly irrigated, the population of Rome would receive a rich source of food and enjoyment. But Italy suffers from the ambition to become a great power. It ruins the population by bad administration, by expenditure on military and maritime armaments and colonization, and therefore has no funds available for cultivation tasks, such as reclaiming the Campagna. Conditions similar to those in the Campagna also prevail in southern Italy and Sicily. The latter, once the granary of Rome, sinks ever deeper into poverty. No people in the whole of Europe is as poverty-stricken and maltreated as that of Sicily. The easily contented sons of Europe's most beautiful country flood half of Europe and America as wage squeezers or else emigrate en masse from that country forever, because they do not want to starve on their native soil, which is not their property. Malaria, that most dire of fevers, spread over Italy to such an extent that the government, alarmed at this as far back as 1882, instituted an investigation which brought to light the deplorable fact that of the 69 provinces of the land 32 were severely afflicted by the disease, in 32 it had already gained foot, and only 5 had so far been spared. The disease, which was formerly to be found only in rural areas, penetrated the cities, where the crowded urban proletariat, whose numbers have multiplied as a result of the influx of the rural proletariat, forms hotbeds of infection. 3. Poverty and fecundity. From whatever angle we consider the capitalist mode of production, we are taught that the want and misery of the masses are not a consequence of an insufficiency of food and means of subsistence, but a consequence of their unequal distribution and economic mismanagement, which furnishes abundance for some and condemns others to starvation. Malthusian contentions make sense only from the standpoint of the capitalist mode of production. On the other side, the capitalist system encourages the procreation of children. It needs cheap labor in the shape of children for its workshops and factories. The procreation of children becomes a matter of calculation for the proletarian. They have to earn enough to be able to support themselves. The proletarian in cottage industry is even obliged to have many children, for this guarantees his competitiveness. This undeniably abominable system intensifies the pauperization of the worker and his dependence on the entrepreneur. The proletarian is compelled to work for an ever more pitiful wage. And every measure of labor protection, every additional expenditure for some social duty, which an employer is not obliged to introduce for the workers engaged in his cottage industry, prompts him to increase the number of employees in cottage industry, for that type of industry holds out advantages he will not easily find in any other form of production, provided the particular production process is feasible in such conditions. The capitalist mode of production, however, leads not only to overproduction of commodities and workers, but also the intelligentsia. Members of the intelligentsia also find it ever more difficult to find employment. Supply permanently exceeds demand. Only one thing is not redundant in the capitalist world: capital and its owner, the capitalist. If bourgeois economists are followers of Malthus, this is natural in view of their bourgeois interests, only they should not extend their bourgeois whims to socialist society. John Stuart Mill writes, "Communism is precisely the state of things in which opinion might be expected to declare itself with greatest intensity against this kind of selfish intemperance. Any augmentation of numbers which diminished the comfort or increased the toil of the mass, would then cause immediate and unmistakable inconvenience to every individual in the association, inconvenience which could not then be imputed to the avarice of employers, or the unjust privileges of the rich. In such altered circumstances opinion could not fail to reprobate, and if reprobation did not suffice, to repress by penalties of some description, this or any other culpable self-indulgence at the expense of the community. The communistic scheme, instead of being peculiarly open to the objection drawn from danger of overpopulation, has the recommendation of tending in an especial degree to the prevention of that evil." And Professor A. Wagner says on page 376 in Rau's Manual of Political Economy, "Least of all could freedom of marriage or freedom of procreation be granted in a socialist community." The above writers proceed from the conception that the tendency towards overpopulation is common to all social conditions, but both allow that socialism is able to establish an equilibrium between the population and food supplies better than any other form of society. The latter assertion is true, while the former is not. Indeed, there were some socialists who, corrupted by Malthusian ideas, feared that the danger of overpopulation was imminent. But these socialist Malthusians have disappeared. A deeper study of the nature and essence of bourgeois society teaches them better. We also learn from the plaintive songs of our agrarian experts that we produce too much food from the viewpoint of the world market, so that the resulting low prices make food production unprofitable. Our Malthusians imagine, and the chorus of the bourgeois spokesmen echo them thoughtlessly, that the members of a socialist society in which there is freedom to choose the object of their love and an existence worthy of man is provided for all, will begin to breed like rabbits, they would succumb to the most dissolute sexual indulgence and mass procreation. The reverse is likely to happen. Up to now the largest number of children were to be found, as a rule, not in the best but the worst situated families. We may even state without being guilty of exaggeration that the more miserable the lot of a proletarian stratum, the more on average is it blessed with children, apart from occasional exceptions. This is confirmed by Virchow, who wrote in the middle of the 18th century, as the English worker in his deepest degradation, completely deprived of mental stimulus, knows only two sources of enjoyment, intoxication and copulation. So did the population of Upper Silesia until recent years concentrate all its desires, all its strivings on these two things. Liquor and the gratification of the sexual instinct had become sovereign with it, and it is thus easily explained that the population gained as rapidly in number as it lost in physical vigor and moral fiber. Marx expresses similar views in Capital. In fact, not only the number of births and death, but the absolute size of the families stand in inverse proportion to the height of wages, and therefore to the amount of means of subsistence of which the different categories of laborers dispose. This laws of capitalist of society would sound absurd to savages, or even civilized colonists. It calls to mind the boundless reproduction of animals individually weak and constantly hunted down. Marx goes on to quote Lang, who says, "If the people were all in easy circumstances, the world would soon be depopulated." Lang thus holds views opposed to those of Malthus. A good standard of living is conducive not to an increase but to a decrease in births. Herbert Spencer writes in the same vein, "Almost and everywhere perfection and reproductive capacity are opposed to each other." From this follows that the further progress mankind looks forward to will probably result in decrease of procreation. We see that people who hold very different views on other matters fully agree on this point, and we concur with them. For shortage of people and surplus of food. The whole question of population could be easily disposed of with the observation that there is no danger of overpopulation in sight, for we are faced with an excess of food which even threatens to increase with every year, so that the worry of what to do with this wealth is far greater than the worry as to whether it should suffice. The producers of foodstuffs would even eagerly welcome a rapid increase of consumers. But the Malthusians do not tire of raising objections, and we must therefore counter these, lest they should take refuge in the pretext that their objections cannot be refuted. They claim that the danger of overpopulation in the not too distant future lies in the law of diminishing returns. Our fields become exhausted, increasing harvests can no longer be expected, and, since the land fit for cultivation constantly becomes scarcer, the danger of a scarcity of food is imminent if the population continues to increase. We believe it to have been proved beyond doubt in the chapters on the utilization of the soil in agriculture what enormous progress mankind can make with respect to the production of new food supplies even at the present level of agricultural science, but we should like to give a few more examples. A very able big landowner and recognized economist, a man who excelled Malthus in both respects, said as early as 1850, a time when agrochemistry was still in its infancy, the output of raw products, namely of foodstuffs, will in future not lag behind the output in manufacture and transportation. Agrochemistry is now only just starting to open up for agriculture prospects which, even though they will no doubt still cause to take many a false path, will in the end place the production of foodstuffs under control of society, to the same extent as it now is in its power to furnish any amount of cloth, provided requisite supplies of wool are available. Justus von Liebig, the founder of agrochemistry, holds the view that if human labor and fertilizers are available in sufficient quantities, the soil is inexhaustible and can provide abundant harvests year in year out. The law of diminishing returns is a Malthusian whim that could be accepted at a very low level of cultivation, but which has, however, long since been refuted by science and experience. The law is rather this: the yield of a field stands in direct proportion to the human labor expended and the proper fertilizer supplied to it. If it was possible for France with her small peasant holdings to more than quadruple the yield of her soil in the past 90 years, without the population even doubling, far better results are to be expected of a society with a socialist economy. The Malthusians furthermore overlooked the fact that in existing conditions not only our soil should be taken into account, but also the soil of the whole earth, that is, largely countries whose fields yield 20, 30 and even more times as much as our fields of the same size. True, the earth's resources have by now been extensively harnessed by man, yet, a small fraction excepted, it is nowhere cultivated and utilized as effectively as it could be. Not only Great Britain could produce much larger supplies of foodstuffs than it does today, but also France, Germany, Austria, and this applies in still greater measure to the other countries of Europe. In Littleworth wills its 879,970 hectares of arable land, the mere introduction of the steam plough could raise the grain yield from 6,140,000 centners to 9 million centners. European Russia, measured by the present level of the population of Germany, could feed instead of her present population of about 100 million, one of 475 million. Today European Russia has about 19.4 inhabitants per square kilometer, Saxony over 300. The objection that Russia contains vast stretches of land, where the climate renders impossible any high degree of fertility, is true, but, on the other hand, she has in the south a climate and soil far better suited to agricultural production than those of Germany. Then, again, the growing density of the population and the improved soil cultivation, which it brings in its wake, will lead to changes in climate which today even defy estimation. Wherever people amass, climatic changes follow. We attach too little importance to these phenomena, nor are we able to realize their full implications, because we have no occasion to and, as things are at present, no possibility to carry out large-scale experiments. Sweden and Norway, for example, so sparsely populated today, would, with their vast woods and truly inexhaustible mineral wealth, numerous rivers and long coastlines, furnish rich sources of food for a dense population. The requisite means and appliances are not obtainable in present circumstances, and as a result part even of their sparse population emigrates. What may be said of the north applies to an incomparably greater degree to the south of Europe, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece, the Danubian states, Hungary, Turkey, etc. An excellent climate, a soil so abundant and fertile as is hardly to be found in the most favored regions of the United States, will someday furnish uncounted people with abundant nourishment. The corrupt political and social conditions in those countries cause hundreds of thousands to leave Europe and to cross the ocean, instead of remaining at home or settling in other countries that are much nearer and more conveniently located. As soon as rational social and political institutions are established, new millions of people will be needed to raise those extensive and fertile lands to a higher level of cultivation. For a long time to come, if considerably higher cultural goals are to be achieved in Europe, there will be a shortage rather than an excess of people, and it is absurd under such circumstances to entertain any fears of overpopulation. It must constantly be kept in mind that the utilization of available food sources, with the help of science and labor, knows no limits, since every day brings new inventions and discoveries multiplying food sources. If we pass from Europe to other continents, the shortage of people and superfluity of land appear even more blatant. The most abundant and fertile lands of the earth lie completely or almost completely unused, because the task of their reclamation and utilization cannot be undertaken by several thousand people, but a mass colonization of many millions is required in order to bring this to abundant nature, if even to some extent, under human control. To this category belong, among others, Central and South America, a territory of hundreds of thousands of square miles. Argentina, for example, had in 1892 about 5 million hectares under cultivation. The country has, however, 96 million hectares of fertile land at its disposal. The soil of South America suitable for growing corn and now lying fallow is estimated at 200 million hectares at least, whereas the United States, Austria-Hungary, Great Britain, and Ireland, Germany and France, taken together, have only about 105 million hectares under cereals. Carey maintained 40 years ago that the 360-mile-long Orinoco Valley alone could supply sufficient food to feed the whole human race. Let us have this estimate and there is still more than enough. In any case, South America alone could feed several times the present world population. The ratio of the nutritive value of a field planted with banana trees to one of the same size under wheat is 133 to 1. While our wheat yields on favorable soil 12 to 20 times its seed, rice yields in its native soil 80 to 100 times, maize 250 to 300 times its seed, and in some areas, for example, in the Philippines, rice yields are estimated at 400 times as much. It is also important in connection with all these types of food to make them as nourishing as possible in the course of their preparation. In the field of nutrition, chemistry has boundless scope for development. Central and South America, especially Brazil, which alone is almost as large as the whole of Europe. Brazil has a territory of 8,524,000 square kilometers and about 22 million inhabitants, as against Europe's 9,897,010 square kilometers and about 430 million inhabitants. Boast a luxuriance and fertility that call forth the astonishment and admiration of all travelers. Besides, these countries have inexhaustible ore and metal deposits. Yet, they are still almost closed to the rest of the world, because their population is indolent and too small in number, and has as yet attained too low a level of civilization to master powerful nature. Discoveries of recent decades have shown how things stand in Africa. Even if a good part of Central Africa will never be suitable for European agriculture, there are other regions of vast size that can be put to good use the moment rational principles of colonization are applied. On the other hand, there are in Asia vast and fertile territories that could provide food for countless millions. The past has shown how in places that are now barren and almost desert, the mild climate wrests rich nourishment from the soil, if man knows how to go about supplying it with life-giving water. Through the destruction of the marvelous aqueducts and irrigation installations in Western Asia, the valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates, etc., through vandalic wars of conquest and insane oppression of the local population, thousands of square miles were transformed into sandy deserts. The same thing happened in North Africa, Mexico, and Peru. If civilized people settle in these regions by the million, inexhaustible sources of food will be unlocked. The fruit of the date palm thrives to incredible profusion in Asia and Africa, and it takes up so little room that 200 trees can be planted on a morgen of land. Dura bears fruit in Egypt more than 3,000-fold, and yet the country is poor. This is due not to overpopulation, but to vandalic exploitation that has resulted in the desert spreading ever further from decade to decade. The wonderful results that could be obtained in all these countries by adopting the agricultural and horticultural techniques of Central Europe defy all calculation. Given the present level of agriculture, the United States could easily feed 15 and 20 times its present population, that is, 1,250 to 1,700 million people. Similarly, Canada could feed instead of 6 million, hundreds of millions. Then, for example, there are Australia and the numerous islands of the Pacific and Indian Oceans, several of which are large and extraordinarily fertile. To multiply and not reduce the number of people is the appeal now addressed to mankind in the name of civilization. Everywhere, it is the social institutions, the existing mode of production and distribution, that bring about privation and misery, not a surplus of people. Several bountiful harvests in succession lower the prices of food to such an extent that many a tiller of the soil is ruined. Instead of conditions for the agricultural producer being improved, they decline. A large number of farmers today regard a good harvest as a misfortune, because it cuts prices. And this is supposed to be a rational state of affairs. To deprive us of access to abundant harvests from other countries, high grain duties are introduced, thus impeding the import of foreign grain and making prices on the domestic market rise. We are not faced with a scarcity but surplus of food, just as we are faced with a similar surplus of manufactured goods. As millions of people need the diverse articles put out by the factories but are unable to satisfy their needs given the existing property and production relations, so millions of people are in want of food, because they are unable to pay for it, although there is an abundance of it. The insanity of such a situation is obvious. When the harvest is good, our corn profiteers often deliberately let crops perish, because they know that prices rise in the measure that products are scarce. And in such conditions we are to fear overpopulation. In Russia, South Europe, and many other countries of the world, hundreds of thousands of centners of grain perish every year for want of proper storage and transport facilities. Many millions of centners of foodstuffs are wasted every year, because harvesting equipment is inadequate or else because there is a shortage of hands at the vital moment. Many a corn equals stack, many a filled barn, and whole estates are burned down, because the insurance premium is higher than the profit they yield. Foodstuffs are destroyed for the same reason for which ships are sunk together with their crews. During our military maneuvers, a large part of the crops is ruined every year. The cost of a maneuver that lasts only a few days runs into hundreds of thousands, and, as everybody knows, this valuation is very moderate, and there are many of them every year. For similar purposes whole villages have been razed to the ground and large areas have been taken from cultivation. Nor must it be forgotten that the sea provides yet another auxiliary food source. The surface area of water is in the ratio of 18:7 to that of the land, or it is 2.5 times as large as that of the land, and its enormous wealth of food is still to be rationally exploited. The future holds out prospects quite different from the gloomy picture drawn by our Malthusians. After all, who can say where the limits to our chemical, physical and physiological knowledge could be set? Who would venture to predict what gigantic undertakings the people of future centuries will execute in order to achieve substantial modifications in climatic conditions and in methods of soil utilization? We see today, under the capitalist system, undertakings in execution, which a century ago were thought impossible and insane. Wide isthmuses are cut through and seas are connected. Tunnels many miles long are being cut through the bowels of the earth to link countries separated by extremely high mountains, others are being dug under the bed of the ocean so as to shorten distances and to avoid obstacles and dangers to which countries separated by the sea are exposed. Where then is the point at which someone could say, so far and no farther? Not only does modern experience refute the law of diminishing returns, but there is also a surplus of fertile soil waiting to be cultivated by thousands of millions of people. If all these cultivation projects were to be tackled simultaneously, we should have not too many but too few people. Mankind must multiply considerably in order to cope with all the tasks that lie ahead. Neither is the soil under cultivation being utilized to the full, nor are there enough people available to cultivate almost 3/4 of the Earth's surface. The relative overpopulation, which the capitalist system continues to produce to the detriment of the worker and society, will at a higher stage of civilization become a blessing. A population as large as possible does not impede, but promotes cultural progress, just as the existing overproduction of goods and foodstuffs, the disruption of the family by the employment of women and children in modern industry and the expropriation of the middle strata of society by the big capitalists, are all prerequisites for a higher stage of civilization. 5. Social relations and reproductive capacity. The other side of the question is, do people multiply indefinitely, and do they feel the need to do so? To demonstrate man's great reproductive capacity, the Malthusians usually like to refer to rare cases of exceptional families and peoples. But this proves nothing. As against these cases there are others where complete sterility or negligible reproductive capacity sets in after a short time, despite favorable living conditions. It is surprising how quickly well-to-do families often become extinct. Although the United States affords more favorable conditions than any other country for the increase of the population, and hundreds of thousands of people in their prime immigrate every year, the population doubles only every 30 years. There is no indication of populations doubling within 12 or 20 years anywhere on a large scale. As indicated by the passages quoted from Virchow and Marx, the population increases fastest where it is poorest, because, as Virchow justly claims, sexual intercourse, besides drunkenness, is their only pleasure. When Gregory VII forced celibacy upon the clergy, the priests of lower rank in the Diocese of Mainz complained that as distinct from the prelates, who had access to all possible pleasures, they had only one source of comfort, women. A lack of varied occupation may also explain why the marriages of the rural clergy are, as a rule, so fruitful. It is also undeniable that the poorest districts in Germany, the Eulengebirge in Silesia, the Lausitz, the Urs and Fichtelgebirge, the Thuringian forest, the Harz, etc., are those with the densest population, whose chief food is potatoes. It is also certain that the sexual urge is particularly strong in those suffering from consumption, and that the latter often beget children in a state of physical decline when it would seem impossible. It is a law of nature, reflected also in the passages quoted from Herbert Spencer and Lang, to compensate through quantity what is lost in quality. The highest and stronger animals, lions, elephants, camels, etc., are domestic animals, such as the horse, donkey, cow, bring few young ones into the world, whereas lower animals increase in inverse proportion, for example, all kinds of insects, most fish, etc., the small mammals, such as bears, rats, mice, etc. On the other hand, Darwin established that some animals lose their fecundity when they are tamed and domesticated. The elephant is a case in point. This proves that new living conditions and the changed mode of life that results determine reproductive capacity. It so happens that it is precisely the Darwinians who share the fear of overpopulation, and it is on their authority that our modern Malthusians rely. Our Darwinians are always out of luck when they begin to extend their theories to humans, because they resort to crude empirical methods and forget that although man is the highest animal, he, unlike all other animals, is versed in the laws of nature and can adapt them to his own purposes and make good use of them. The theory of the struggle for existence, the doctrine that the seeds of new life exist in much larger numbers than can be maintained with existing means of subsistence, would apply also to man if he, instead of exercising his brain and enlisting the services of machinery in order to put the air, soil, and water to rational use, grazed like cattle, or like monkeys indulged his sexual instincts without restraint, that is, if he himself became a monkey. Let us observe in passing that besides man, monkeys are the only beings whose sexual impulses are not confined to certain periods, a striking proof of the affinity between the two. But though they are closely related, they are not identical and must not be placed on one level or judged by the same criteria. It is true that under the prevailing relations of ownership and production, the individual was, and still is, faced with the struggle for existence, and that many fail to obtain the necessaries of life. But this is not because of the scarcity of means of subsistence, but because under the given social conditions the means of subsistence are withheld from them in a world where great abundance prevails. It is also wrong to conclude from this that since such a state of affairs was possible up to now, it is immutable, and will never change. It is here that the Darwinians slip up, for they study natural history and anthropology but do not study sociology and, without reflecting, fall in line with our bourgeois ideologists. Hence they reach false conclusions. Man's sexual instinct is perennial, it is his strongest instinct and demands satisfaction if his health is not to suffer. Also, this instinct is, as a rule, all the stronger in the healthy and normally developed, just as a healthy appetite and a good digestion indicate the possession of a healthy stomach, and are the basic prerequisites of a healthy body. But the gratification of the sexual instinct and conception are not the same thing. The most varied theories have been advanced about the fecundity of the human race. On the whole, we are still groping in the dark in this important field, mainly because for many centuries senseless inhibitions prevented man investigating the laws governing his origin and development and making a thorough study of the laws of human procreation and development. The situation is only gradually changing and must change much more. Some scientists advance the theory that higher mental development and strenuous mental exertion, in short, higher nervous activity, tends to repress the sexual urge and weaken procreative capacity. This is disputed by others who point out that the better-off classes have, on an average, fewer children, and that this cannot be ascribed solely to contraception. Undoubtedly, intense mental occupation tends to repress the sexual instinct, but that such activity is practiced by the majority of our propertied class can be contested. On the other hand, excessive physical exertion also has a repressive influence. But all excessive exertion is harmful and therefore to be avoided. Others claim that a woman's way of life and diet in particular, coupled with certain physical conditions, determine her power to conceive and beget. Diet, as has been demonstrated in the case of animals, influences the effectiveness of the act of procreation more than anything else. Indeed, it may well be the determining factor. The influence that the diet has on the organism of certain animals is strikingly substantiated in the case of bees, who breed a queen at will by administering special food. Bees are therefore much further advanced in the knowledge of their sexual development than man. Most probably it was not instilled into them for 2,000 years that it is indecent and immoral to concern oneself with sexual matters. It has also been established that on good and well-manured soil plants thrive luxuriantly but yield no seed. There is little reason to doubt that diet influences the composition of the male sperm and the fecundity of the female ovum in the case of humans as well. Thus, the reproductive capacity of the population may depend to a high degree on the nature of their diet. Other factors, the nature of which is as yet little known, also play a role. A factor of decisive importance in the population question in the future will be the higher, freer position all our women without exception will then occupy. Intelligent and energetic women, leaving exceptions aside, generally have no desire to give birth to a large number of children as gifts from God, and to spend the best years of their life pregnant or with a baby at their breast. This tendency to avoid large numbers of children, which most women share even now, may, despite all the solicitude a socialist society will show to pregnant women and mothers, grow stronger rather than weaker. In our opinion, this means that in socialist society the population will most probably grow more slowly than in bourgeois society. Our Malthusians have really no reason to break their heads about the increase of mankind in the future. Until now nations have been known to perish through the decline, but never through an excess of their population. In the last analysis, population growth is regulated in societies that live according to the laws of nature without harmful abstention and unnatural measures of control. On this account, too, the future will vindicate Karl Marx, his view that every period of economic development has its own special demographic laws will also prove true under socialism. In his work The Artificial Limitation of Progeny, H. Ferdy expresses the following view. The strong opposition of social democrats to Malthusianism is a piece of roguery. The rapid increase of the population favors pauperization of the masses and this fosters discontent. If the overpopulation could be checked, the spread of social democracy would come to an end, and the social democratic state with all its splendor would be buried forever. Thus we have one more weapon to add to the many others by which social democracy can be wiped out: Malthusianism. Professor Dr. Adolf Wagner is one of those who suffer from the fear of overpopulation and who therefore demand a restriction of the freedom to marry and to choose a place of residence, particularly as far as workers are concerned. He complains that workers, as compared with the middle class, marry much too early. Like others holding similar views, he ignores the fact that the men of the middle class attain a position enabling them to enter into marriage in accordance with their station only at an advanced age. But they compensate themselves for this abstention by turning to prostitutes. If obstacles are placed in the way of marriage for the workers, they will be pushed onto the same path. But in that case, there should be no complaints about the consequences and no shouting about the decline of virtue and morals. There should also be no indignation if men and women, since the latter have the same instincts as men, form illegitimate unions in order to satisfy their natural instincts and populate town and country with their illegitimate children as with seed. The views of Wagner and co. also contradict the interests of the bourgeoisie and of our economic development, which requires as many hands as possible, so that it can dispose of a labor force that makes it competitive on the world market. The evils of the age cannot be cured with petty proposals, which derive from short-sighted Philistinism and backwardness. In the early 20th century no class, no state authority is any longer strong enough to hold back or check the natural advance of society. Every such attempt ends in failure. The tide of development is so powerful that it sweeps over every obstacle. Not backwards but forwards is the slogan of today, and he who still believes in obstacles is a fool. In socialist society where mankind will for the first time be truly free and living according to natural principles, it will consciously direct its own development. In all preceding epochs mankind handled questions of production and distribution, as well as that of population growth, without the knowledge of the laws governing them, that is, unconsciously. In the new society, equipped with knowledge of the laws of its own development, mankind will act consciously and according to a plan. Socialism is science applied in all fields of human activity.